Right, what is up, everybody? I haven't streamed in a while. No particular reason, really just been a bit busy in real life, so didn't get around to it. But we're here now. I am 9 out of 9 on those, so before we go, before we go doing Grand Saber, not, well, I guess we get to be Grand Saber outside of that game mode, actually, so I need Bond on a VC Braun, maybe like Bizette. Let's see. I mean, murdering Liz is pretty effective. Okay, let's see. We need the maximum bond. I think I have some teapots here. Not sure who the damage dealer is going to be. Okay, hold, let me see what we're working with here. So, a VC Braun is fucking horrible here. But he gets 20% more bond, though. Oh, so look at that coup giving me 25% bond. So, here's the thing. I'm either going to make a VC Braun the Grandcaster or Chen Gong. Chen Gong is already bond 10. A VC Braun definitely is not. Almost bond 8, so maybe doable. And then if they do extra group 2, if that gets a grand, which we don't know it is, we don't know how they're doing the grand, and maybe you get a grand of each class for the extras. I don't know, they really are just not explaining. But if they do extra group 2, that's alter ego, foreigner, and Pretender? I don't remember. Fuck, I need to go look. Who's your grand foreigner? Ort? Just saying. I think the only foreigner that's playable that I like is Cuckoo. I think. Okay, hold on. Okay, group 2 is alter ego, so Bizette. Foreigner would be Cuckoo. I don't have a beast. And then I don't think I have a pretender. So it's between Cuckoo and Bizette. Now there's a chance that like they're not gonna be grouped together like this, but I suspect that they will. Man, this is really good for Bizette. Because you get that 10% NP damage permanently, and that's just all of her counterattacks. That's actually really nice, and the straight quick damage up too. So yeah, that's pretty good. All right, then group 1, this is way harder because you got a ruler, Avenger, but a lot of the rulers I like I don't have on this account. So honestly, I might just do Mash because it's funny, and you know, she's the free to play. But if they had Galahad, I'd pick Galahad. And then Moon Cancer, I'm definitely not doing that. I'm trying to think. If you got one of each class, which I don't think you would, but if you did, I cannot think of a Moon Cancer I really care about that I actually have. I mean, Nasu says a lot of bullshit, so that, you know, ends up not being true. So we'll just see. A Grand BB. There's not a lot of Moon Cancers to pick from. But yeah, right now it would probably just be Mash. Oh yeah, CL, but I don't have her. Yeah, she is fine. I would like her a lot more though if her second stage wasn't the joke one. That would be nice. Space Squadia, that's just don't even. I mean, I'm leaning towards Bizette for group 2. And she is, oh god. What about Cuckoo? Ooh. You can tell I haven't used them for farming. And actually I don't use them for challenge quests much either, because I'm normally doing more like, you know, low star stuff or, you know, weird shit. Oh, hey, okay. We'll get that right now. Nice. Okay, so chat, we have to decide VC Brawn or Qingong. I really don't know. I mean, Qingong's already 10, so it doesn't hurt to get a VC Brawn. Your bonds aren't deep. Well, hey, we got that, and Mordred's almost there, so then we'd get 50% bond up for everyone, which is nuts. I have 400k to go, so she's got to be in the front row. This team is awful, though. I guess I'll just switch in Bazette. Like, use the switch Mystic Code. I could put her in the front so she gets the 20%, but I think I care about a VC Brawn more. Yeah, I'm excited for Grand Lancer the most, obviously. I'm second most excited for Ryder, though. I think that'll be some justice served. Berserker is probably Mori. It's tough though. There's a lot of Berserkers I like. I like Asterios, Darius, and all that. Like, there's a lot of good shit. But yeah, it's probably Mori. And Q2 waiting. Yeah, actually, I'm waiting too. There's a few people I'm gonna level. I'm gonna do it when they get their double XP. Like Mori. My Mori's 116. I figure I'll just wait until it's Grand Berserker time. And once the Saber stuff is done here, I'll just start stocking up on XP. That's kind of the idea. Okay, so it's so cool that you get that grand thing all the time, though. Oh, hey, she actually buffs Mordred, too. She has quite a good support. This is a terrible boss for Bazette because she only has 2 actions per turn, which is not good for her. Grand Herc is tempting. He deserves it. If I upgrade her class tree someday, I'd be curious to see what kind of counterattack damage you can get. I mean, Mordred can go burr at some point, but we keep getting cards here. Use it while you got it. Chat, we're not one-turning. Gotta maximize bond gain per capsule. Okay, does Mordred finally get to play the game? I mean, not really. Like, our buster cards are what matter. They generally do more damage than the NP. Fuck, Bazette got her counter. Eh, fuck it. She doesn't need it. Now, there's a bit with Herc where they say he's not summoned right. But, I mean, I don't know why people ask me this stuff like I'm gonna remember every fucking source. Like, do you realize how many interludes and, like, event bullshit and all that nonsense there is? It's fucking everywhere. But, like, his Bond CE is not God Hand. His Bond CE is referencing... Which I don't think they mentioned this in the anime, but in the visual novel, when Herc is fighting Gilgamesh, he exhausts God Hand, and he keeps resurrecting anyway, because he's just, you know, extra motivated. But that's what his Bond CE is referencing, not God Hand. Yeah, Gil's like, he's long since exhausted his 12 lives, and he's still resurrecting. I don't think we have a way of testing. Well, no, there is a way of testing it. I think, isn't there? Wait, let me think. It would have to be a Saber that has a gut CE for their Bond CE, and there's a few good CEs for Bond CEs. I don't know if any of them are Sabers, but yeah, you'd have to get a Saber to test it. Now, I know, like, necromancy will fucks up all kinds of skills. Like, Ku can't cast his first skill if you've got necromancy. But what might happen is you might just get two, like, different protected boxes that each have guts on it, right? One, like, one for each CE. That would make sense that it would work that way. There isn't a Saber with guts spawn CE. Well, you can test it with Berserker because there's Ku Alter. He's got guts, and obviously Herc, but, you know, his is a little different. Alright, we gotta use at least 3 of these capsules. I feel like there's a better way to do this. The thing is, I really, really want a VC Brawn to get Bond 10. And, Jesus Christ. Man, and she's recent, too. I don't even... Yeah, but that's not exactly good for this stage. Yeah, I really want these two on the team. And I guess I really want Mordred on the team, though, because I want Bond 15. I don't have a lot of team costs to play with here. Pook! Okay, I can bring a rider. Do I have the team costs for that? I do have the team costs for that. The problem is Craft Essence. Okay, no, that's not a problem. We're not using his. Will, chat. How much damage do you think he's gonna do? He's level 91, right? We got this. Oh, chat. Oh my god, chat. This is such a rare opportunity. This is actually meta because we're trying to get Bond. Right? Like, normally, if you were gonna use her to support someone else, it's just bring someone else. Don't bring Mordred. But we need to bring Mordred in the front because she gets 20% Bond up. Right? So this is like meta, right? Getting the 20% NP damage for Kentucky. So, yeah, Mordred was a support all along. Well, how about that? Oh my god, was I using Bazette with one of these equipped? That was a mistake. I should have given her that. Okay, we'll give her another go in a second, but let's use Kentucky. The Virtue stage in Australia is a fuck ton of Bond. Wait, is it different? Like, is it more? Am I fucking up? Should I be doing a different stage? Do I need to abandon ship? Because I've only got like 2 teapots left. I think it's more? It's more. Why is it more? God damn it. I've been wasting my... Bloody Australia. Any Australians about? I didn't even know this. I don't think I never saw this stage. Australia is not real. Are there no Australians here? That's crazy. We have people from all over the place, but no Aussies, huh? Okay, see, now we can't use Kentucky, though. You killed them all? I did no such thing. We can use Mordred here, though. Dude, I'm pissed. I wanted to do Mordred's Bond CE, though, to see how hard Kentucky hit. That was such a rare opportunity for that to be unironically meta. But, yeah, now we can't do it. Damn it, chat. The rage. They should give us the free Bond CE all the time. You don't have to give us the other stuff. Just let us equip one regular craft essence. But, like, spoiled. Okay, I mean, they have to be in the front. She's got to be on the team. And once one of them is finished, then she needs to be in the front. You know, there's always Arthur. You know, I could use his Bond CE to buff Mordred. Do I have it in the bank? Fuck, I think his is in the bank. I don't, hate having to go through the menus. Shut up, phone. Damn it! Fine, we'll go to the bank. Such a long walk. Alright, let's see. Craft essences. Is this like the garden? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Man, I wish the Berserker I was picking for Grand Berserker was like, let me think, Atalante Altar or something, because then Asterios would be good, right? I could do the Bond CE. Actually, even, hell, if Asterios was the Grand Berserker, you bring other units, right? You're only allowed to bring Berserkers, so I probably would bring Atalante Altar anyway, right? And then he would buffer, so that'd be cool, because like he's not going to do NP damage, so you don't really, you know, care about that. You could give him K-scope or whatever. The plus stages have the stage bonus that counter class do more damage. That's dumb. And especially because Mordred has to be in the front, so she's just gonna destroy this. There will be murder. Alright, Arthur the Buffer. I cannot believe this whole time this stage has given more bond than I didn't know. I've wasted so many teapots. These just really should have been quick. I think. That would have been awesome. Oh, there's trash mobs. I have not brought the correct kind of team. Oh, and she still has her Bond CE equipped. Oh, we fucked up, boy. This is not how this team is supposed to operate. Motherfucker. You know, he's probably going to need this more than Mordred, so... Suddenly, Dad. Alrighty, VC Braun, what can you do? I swear to God, I'm about to grail him to 100. Challenge quests be damned. Okay, we'll do fine next time. I can change the team dramatically. This is not ideal though. I should have done triple art there. You. Oh, well, that's excellent for Arthur if I actually had his NP. Oh geez, how did that happen? My hand slipped. I fucking love this song. Hey Beastly, I saw your 120 CL, that's insane. Woo! Dude, Mordred is so cracked. I need a 120 Mordred. I think I might have to start working on that. I don't know if I have enough coins though, but like, holy fuck that damage. And that's Mordred with her Bond CE, which is obviously not ideal for critting. CS for farming? You're actually not wrong. That could have been better. It'll work out pretty well next time. Should have done quick first because of the random buff. Oh, give me art up. That works. Lucky, lucky. I feel like the devs like Virtua because she gets used a lot, but like she's not very popular amongst the player base because the player base doesn't have any taste. You triggered my trap card. Good timing too, because we're about to get NP'd and Ku doesn't give a fuck. Click the red button. I should have done that command code first because it gives you a buster up, which would make the NP stronger. I fucked up. I forgot I had the command code on. It gives you buster up for the turn. Woo! Damn, alright, got it anyway. Alright, let's see if we can fix this. Oh man, I love this song too. I didn't look at what the bond was on the other stage, but that is a lot. And if she gets bond 15, it'll be more. The buster up gets eaten by the card is one. Oh, it's only one hit? Oh, that's... Why the hell even make that? I guess the reason you make that is because you could eat a buff block thing that's like only a number of uses, or you could put it on a like quick card, right? And then get the buster up for the buster NP or something like that. I guess it's kind of flexible. It either makes the buster card just stronger, or you do it to oh, and it's team-wide. Okay, no, that's still good. Like, there's a lot of ways to use that. But yeah, it would eat a... and I think I've used it that way before. There was a fight, I think, where there was, like, buff block for 5 buffs, and I used, like, every command code that gave you a buff. I'm pretty sure I did that at some point. Okay, let's, make some adjustments here. No more, bond CEs. Mordred probably... Okay, 1 second. Chat, why do I have to wait so long for Ninja Gaiden 4? I hope they don't fuck that up, though. Alright, what can we do? I would say don't bring Bizette, but she needs the bond! Oh, this would be so much better if I could do this, but he needs the bond! Like how we're 1 point over here. I guess this is, I mean, it's not worth that much, but it does add up. Because of the teapot, it's more. But I want to see that big Arthur damage, man. Well, I guess there's that. All of this so I get 100 more bond, because look, with the teapot it's 100. It's really not worth. And also, the smart thing to do would be this, and then I could bring a stronger Mystic Code or switch in Waver or something, but yeah, I'm quite sure I could 3-turn this, but it's not optimal for the bond. Mordred, I really need you to just get 395k real fast. If you could be bothered. Yeah, I heard you do get 1 more point at 170 or whatever. It's kind of ridiculous. I wish they hadn't done that. Okay. Is he even worth... Like, I might just switch him out immediately. If he was 120... and Grandcaster and 2K Fold and everything else, then he could probably clear this wave, which that would be cool. We'll do Masashi stuff in a minute. They give good bond, but they don't give as good as bond as this. So when you're using your teapots, you know, you want the base to be as high as possible. Also, this is just something new to do. It's a little different. He could be Grandcaster in 7 months. It better not take that long, but I can't decide if he's gonna be Grandcaster or Chin Gong. I'm having such a hard time deciding. Because Chin is already Bond 10. He takes less Grails to get to 100, though. So, there is that. Do I give a VC Braun a chance? Okay, here's what we could try this. Go like bonk, bonk. I need more stars than this. How is Merlin taking that many of my stars? I love this song. Shiba, that's a good pick. Shiba's cool. Yeah, maybe you just Mordred NP on turn 1. That's pretty messed up. Well, they tried. Can Mordred impress here? Arthur's got to do 51k. That should be fine. All right. Going for a 120 Kue. I can appreciate that. If this gives Buster, it'd make the NP stronger. Probably not worth. So this should be like an art. If that was an art, you could do like quick art and then the NP and you have a chance of getting double Buster up. That'd be pretty cool. 1.2 million is still a lot. We're not that buffed. Give him a chance, see how he does. Thought about doing the rainbow chain. Caster dead last. That's kind of good for me. Because a VC Braun needs spawned. Damn it. Also, we got Buster up from the random. That definitely could have been better. Wow. I feel like we're not using Mordred correctly considering she's at 202 NP. Anyone picking Vertra for Grand Lancer? Ziggy might. Anyone with taste is what I'm saying. Yeah, I think we know the order. I can never remember it. I just know Berserker's next and Lancer, and then Caster's last. I never remember any of the other ones. Yeah, I know who Zaw's picking. That's, I'll be summoning that, see how that does. I'm excited for that. I feel like we're really messing this up right now, but... I got that anti-Saber command code on because of grand stuff. Boy, if you want to have a tough solo stage, though, do this stage with not a Saber, and that'll be pretty spicy. See if she can kill before the NP. Most certainly. My Grand Herc is gonna solo this angle. Hey, we grow slightly closer. I'll take those 20 coins. Yeah, that's more HP than Guild Dragon, and you gotta fight the guys beforehand. So actually, that stage is gonna be hard as fuck. Do you get your capsule back if you exit? Because the only problem is it's 40 fucking AP, so it's not like that awesome for trying out units. But one of these days, I swear, they're just gonna give us our AP back if you abandon. Because then we could use like chats units as much as we want. That'd be awesome, because most units won't beat it, and so if they do beat it, it's big. That'd be sick, dude. Like, Richard is kind of in the stage on wave 2, right? He's been out in the sun, though. A little sunburnt. Alright, now we can do some Masashi stuff. I should do what we just did, though, on my ult account. For, actually, let's do that real quick. Because I've already got it ready. Look at that, chat. Because Blood Axe needs to get Bond 10. And that's the next Grand, so, that's gonna be a problem. And he has to be in the front row, so... Oh, boy. Yeah, I'm 100% doing Grand Blood Axe. I don't even have to think about it. Oh, man, I hope someone picks her. I actually really want to see that. Everyone's gonna pick Morgan. That's so fucking boring. God. This song is so fucking sick, though. I'm so glad the way they did the music for that boss fight and how it was more about the boss than you. I thought that was awesome. I don't know who... I guess Gwaine? Beastly has so many 120s, dude. I can't even believe it. Alright, hold on. This team is... Oh, fuck. Mash needs Bond. Oh, this account's fucked. Alright, hold on. Blood Axe is priority. Gwaine's gonna have to be on the team. I feel like another Saber's probably gonna have to be on the team. But Mash has to be on the team because she needs Bond. She doesn't have to be the 5-star version, though. She can just be in the back. I mean, I'd like her to be in the front, because... Well, no, 172. Like, I'll get it. I don't have to rush. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's the one. No, that's not the one. That's the one. Oh, the music. It's one of my favorite songs ever, man. So good. Alright, let me think. Who else needs Bond? On this account, I have... Oh, Babbage. Oh, God. What am I supposed to do about extra classes on this account? Can I just not? Can I just not do any of that? Shit's gonna be awful. So, I mean, there's MASH for Group 1, and then Group 2 is just a bunch of dumb classes I don't care. Oh, I guess there's Tiamat. Guess that's fine. Why is she not a beast? Oh god, she's in T1. Oh lord. This team is gonna have a hard time. Okay, she should be the 5-star version, I think, for the battery. We're gonna need it. This thing looks so cool. Maybe that. We might need to bring Medea. Medea? Yeah, rule breaker the boss. That 30k damage. Yeah, that'll get her. The Bleach guy, thank you for the 2 years, man. Yeah, Medusa. Medusa Saber. That might help. This account is gonna have a hard... My main could 3-turn this, I think, pretty smoothly if I wanted to, but my alt is, not so lucky, I have a feeling. He's more about the normal cards. How the hell am I killing the dragon? That's why I think we might need Medusa. Help. Okay, maybe this is not the time. Tiamat. She's okay, at least get Bond 5 though. Like, goddamn. Oh, I gotta bring Bond stuff. Shit. There's a 4-star star bomb, but it might be in the bank. There's also a Gundam Wing reference, which is insane. I think me and Poi were like the only 2 people that actually noticed that was a Gundam Wing reference. Yeah, it's probably in the bank. Damn it. Man, Star Bomb's really good too. Not a lot I can do about it though. I mean, I could go get it from my bank, but I don't wanna. Yeah, if you get these quests on NA, it's these quests. Fuck it, she can bring her Bond CE. Oh, she doesn't have her Bond CE. This is the ult account. Excuse me. This is not going to go well. Yeah, try to use your teapots on Bleached Earth quests when you have them. It's good. Match still NP3. I can't even imagine it when she gets NP5, if they do that. It's gonna be busted. That's like the one thing she still doesn't have. What do? You gotta do 100K. I don't know how much Blood Axe is gonna do here. Got so few buffs. It does not have an upgraded NP. That was very disappointing. Can he have an upgraded NP, please? Can he just snag that real quick? Alright, well there go my buffs. Oh yeah, can have an animation update. I could see the end of 2.0 giving her MP5, absolutely. Okay, mistakes have been made. Grand Saber, by the way. That greed I hear? Yes. No. Here's greed. I want a Darius animation update and buff. I want a Leonidas animation update, and like the best one they've ever done. You know, Blood Axe, Billy, and then buff Blood Axe while you're at it. Billy's fine; he doesn't need a buff. Shakespeare, Mozart, they need animation updates, and Shakespeare could use a buff. He needs a pretty hefty one, I would say. I'm just gonna pretend this turn doesn't exist. This turn's not real. Oh, chat, that Blaze Blue roguelike has got an update coming soon, so we'll play more of that again. They're adding Bullet, who's a pretty popular character. Hand-to-hand punch stuff. Eh, not bad. If I'd done the Buster card, we probably would have killed there. Mash. Mash! How the... Nice crits, champ! Okay, just let Gwaine do it. Move over. God damn it, dude. Narasu, thank you for the 54 months. My god. Dick the Dragon. Would Constantine be a good Grand Rider? I mean... There's no way to know because we don't know what they're gonna, like, demand of us, right? I will say, I suspect having one of your Grands be defensive is probably good because you're probably gonna have to use all your Grands together at some point or some nonsense, right? And in terms of the raid, you know, we don't know yet. But I would just, if you like him, I'd go for it. Like, I wouldn't mind if I had a Grand Constantine. I'd be like, hell yeah. Wouldn't bother me at all. Okay, you know what? We're just fucking around now. Which Grand Duel do you think will be the trickiest? Maybe Berserker. That's actually, I'm so glad I have Asterios. Did he just crit for 1,000,000? Why did I ever NP? What? Okay, well, I don't know what the fuck's going on. And we didn't even have the crit buff over here, so whatever. At least he doesn't take the crit stars, so that's nice. Okay, she could run everything by clicking that second button, so I'm just gonna not do that. But Caster's gonna be weird because everyone's gonna Grand like Castoria, but she doesn't do any damage. So somebody, and like anyone that like Grands damage like Plot Monk will get summoned a lot, right? So it's gonna be weird meta. How's the new Mash? She's good, but I don't think she's as good as people say, just because it's so fucking awkward having her NP like rotate and change the skill and everything. It can honestly be really bad. She is very good regardless, though. Like, she's no Castoria, like, absolutely not, but... Laser go pew pew. Yeah, there'll be a lot of Morgans for Berserker. And I guess Caster too, right? Isn't there a second one Caster? The summer one? Yeah, she eats all the stars, no matter how many you have. You bitch! I should have just auto-attacked! Okay, she's just fired. I should have brought Waver. She's lucky she needs the bond. God damn it, dude. That was not worth it. Okay, we can do better than that, though. That was a mess. I will say, no one deserves Grandcaster more than Waver. Like, 100%. Well, if you need snake jewels, not a bad place to grab them. Can we have, like, this stage, but it drops, like, 5 hero proofs every time you do it? I'll settle for 3. Would anyone grant a Rosh? I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. And you can just throw in a free gut CE, so... Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of it. These 2 are gonna be granted so much. So much of that. Okay. We really need to improve this. Maybe we don't switch. Maybe that. Might Grand Zerker Jalther. She'll do well, I'm sure. What is her bond CE? Let me look. It is... Increase party buster by 10, party NP by 10. Nothing too crazy, that's fine. I've actually been using, for some of my characters, I've been using the bond effect and not the 50%. Like, sometimes it's better. Like, actually, in the video, when I fight the super Masashi with all the health bars, I didn't use the starting NP. There was just no reason to. So the, like, buff effect was better. I was so pissed that I didn't record Mordred being able to solo it. I mean, I kind of liked the video because it's nice showing off Gwen, but, yeah, Mordred can just straight solo that, boss fight. By the way, that boss fight's dumb because if you're... I hate when they do this. It's like get ahead, get more ahead. If you win in 4 turns, the fight's really easy. But if you're not able to win in 4 turns, which there's plenty of reasons why you would not be able to win in 4 turns. But if you're weaker, right, or get worse luck or whatever, and you don't win in 4 turns, Masashi gets an unlimited guts that you have to wait like 5 turns to go away. So you have to survive quite a while. Because no matter how many times you kill her, she'll keep resurrecting. But she doesn't cast until like at least 4 or 5 turns have gone by. So like if you're a really strong account, then the fight's easier. Like if you're stronger, it's easier. That's so backwards. All right. Blood Axe go burr. I kind of want to use this. He has so little damage on his own. Such a problem. Grand Charlotte. I don't know if I'm picking Sanson or Kojiro. Honestly, Sanson deserves it on my account though. I've had 100 Sanson for so long. He was one of my first spawn 10s. I used him through all of 1.0. Like all the time. It just feels right. I like Kojiro a lot. It's just Sanson was always the assassin I used, so I just think that's the right one to pick. And hopefully the enemy's evil, so. Although he does not have an animation update. Chat, does anyone else feel like that they should have tried a lot harder? Because it's been like 7 years. But they should have tried a lot harder to have gotten all of the day 1 characters animation updates. Right, like I think you should not be on year 10 getting to pick your grands and you have these just shit day 1 animations. It's one thing to not have updated the people from like, you know, Camelot and on, that's fine, but all day 1 stuff should have been updated by now. The fact that they slowed down so much I think was just completely ridiculous. Does anyone else remember, like 7 years ago, they said in an interview they were going to try to have all the day 1 animations done in a year? And then they were actually going at a decent pace for like a few months, and then they just stopped giving a fuck. And then they really stopped giving a fuck. So dumb. Yeah, and here we are all these years later, and so many of them have not been touched. And they went for like 2 years, 2.5 years or something like that without doing any animation updates. Dumbest shit ever. So I should have just cast these. They'd be back. We're on turn 5 and they're 4-turn cooldowns, so I fucked up. I'll remember that next time. Get him. So much good Armored Core music right now. Chat, there's so many games coming up that I'm excited for, and they're all like kind of close together. So Elden Ring Night Rain, oh my god, I love it. Elden Ring Night Rain is in a couple of days. And then next month, oh, then a few days after that, like a week after that, the regular Elden Ring is getting a big update, right, with new armor sets and stuff. Probably a balance patch too. And then later that month, Vandictus is doing another network test, and this one's a lot bigger than the last one, so that's really exciting. There's a few other things coming too, so there's just a lot I'm pretty excited for there. They didn't say anything about new hairstyles. Now, they've snuck those in before, but what's confirmed is 4 new armor sets, and then IGN said there's new Ashes of War too, but we don't know for sure. And then, you know, Torrent gets customization, and there assuredly is going to be a balance patch. They've never done an update like this without doing a PvP, like, balance patch. So that's definitely going to happen. And oh yeah, and there's 2 new starting classes, which that is such a strange thing to do. I'm not like, I don't mind, it's neat, but that is such a bizarre thing to do. Not a good time to star bomb. This is such a shitty turn. Merlin taking all the goods. Like stars. I think I'm most excited though for Vandictus. I loved old school Vandictus, and you know the current Vandictus is just not that at all anymore. And then the new Vandictus game is like very much going back to the roots of their like design philosophy. So I'm all about that. And the network test before was really good, and the next one looks even better. So pretty cool. Yeah, it does suck that the different eyes override each other in Elden Ring. It works out for me though. Woo! But anyway, it works out for me because my favorite custom eyes is the Frenzy one, and Frenzy overrides the other 2 no matter what. So it doesn't affect me. But because I have this thing called empathy, I get that like your favorite might be the dragon one or the blood one, and you should be able to, you know, pick that if you want. Okay, so I should just blow my skills early and then get them back. That's definitely the play here. Yeah, I might not act like it on stream, but I actually find it incredibly easy to be empathetic and like understand, you know, like, hey, I like this thing in this way, so someone else can like something else like that. Like, it's actually really easy. All right, I guess just pop all this. Maybe this in yeah, fuck it. Maybe not the Buster Up though. Vitamin D, hell yeah. It's just not enough. And he has to be on the team though because it gets the 20% bond. I could give him the Buster Up. It's kind of nuts though. Merlin, do you want to do 10k damage? You want to be a Chad? You have double attack up. Merlin, you suck. This is why Artoria won't talk to you anymore. Now my buffs are gonna wear off. Twitter's not real. One turn. I can just pretend this turn didn't happen. Although, oh no, all of my Buster cards. Game. No. Unfortunate. Okay, I think I overbuffed. I don't think I needed to cast all that because he overkilled by a million. So that was probably not necessary. Hand of all time. I'd be curious how this account would do on this stage if I didn't have to like bring Blood Axe in the front row and stuff. Buster cards, anyone? Okay, we really shouldn't do this, but why not? I think all of Gwain's Buster cards are in the same hand again. Blood Axe is trying to help. Okay, I don't know what the deck is doing. Well, we tried. Chat, imagine trying to do this stage with 6 archers. That'd be tough. I forgot how this works. Just click all the buttons. It'll work out. Bombing run. One turn for greatness. Unfortunately, we're about to get blasted. Are we gonna lose? Because my back row is just a bunch of garbage. Uh-oh. We might be in a bit of trouble here. I got that attack down. It's a pretty juicy one. I wish I had a defense up. Interesting music timing. Okay, no, Gwain's fine. Hell, Tiamat's somehow fine. Yeah, I don't know if he would have done 500k. Although I think Mash is back there. This fucking skill seal, though. I could have had so much more damage there if Gwain wasn't skill sealed. Oh, this is getting so scuffed. I don't know why this went so much worse. Like, theoretically, it should have gone better. But it definitely did not. I even Merlin NP'd. Where did it all go wrong? Okay. Yeah, that deck shuffle was kind of messed up. Bonk. Alright. Are we out of teapots yet? Oh, maybe not. Let me see. Okay, well, I think we're out of capsules anyway. Whatever. We got a lot of bond. It was decent. I like how all I've said is how 5-star MASH isn't very good and someone's trying to be all gotcha. Anytime you think you're making a gotcha comment online, just don't. It's that easy. Just don't. You're probably gonna look like an idiot and it's just an asshole thing to do. There you go. 27k. So all I have to do is essentially bond 9. That's not that bad, and even if I fall slightly short, I can just... I'll be that guy that doesn't have the bond CE for a little bit, and then I'll get it done, so it's not that bad. And then caster, we have a lot more time, so it'll probably work out. Also, MASH is not... Like, could anyone actually think that team was set up to, like, do the stage efficiently? Like, why would I have Blood Axe on the team if I was trying to clear the stage efficiently, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. MASH is there to collect bond. Now, on this account, I already have the bond, so I don't have to worry about it. All right, finally done with all that nonsense. Let's see here. Always fun to use random people's sabers and just see how they do. Eric is goated, but not for that stage, he's not. Your ass needs to be a saber. So much good music. That's pretty sick. Now, she's a support, though, so this is kind of just Mordred go burr, because now we get double crit buffs. Dude, I want it. Can we have this? But that's Max's Mordred. By the way, she makes this so much easier because she's a saber and you have to bring sabers, and she gives you really good support. Like attack up and crit up. And there's a lot of crit sabers. Like there's so many crit based sabers. Like Arthur, Mordred, Artoria, like the Virgil dude, like there's just so many of them. So she it's a very good way of taking out Musashi's crits, honestly. So yeah, she's been great. I might have her bond equipped, like the not in starting in P1. Okay, no, I don't. Sometimes I have someone else do damage, so just depends. Yeah, Saber Medusa is so good here. That's like crazy strong. I actually think Saber Medusa is one of the strongest for the farming anyway. Like really good. But there's quite a few that are insane. Like Okita is nuts. Holy fuck. It's crazy too because I've only seen like 2 Grand Okitas this entire time. And I've been checking a good bit. I've not seen a lot of people with it, but she's super strong. Damn, this opening hand sucks. No buster. We're busterless. I mean, I could do this for more buffs, but it won't give me any buster cards. That won't change. Oh well. I'll save the attack up. Should have put quick last, but whatever. I haven't tried Tomoe yet. I figure if she's 120 and all the good shit, it's probably fine. Max's Mordred is so good. It's insane. She crits for like 1 to 1.3 million for me all the time. You just get Buster Card and then Musashi's gonna die. Oh, come on, game. Fuck you. Oh, that's so lame. Well, while we're here, we might as well see her damage. Bro, that's so lame. All of her cards are in hand 3. I just wanted to see the numbers. I kind of want to do it again because I just want to see the Buster card. Stupid. Man, that was so unsatisfying. Yeah, Arthur needs an NP buff. Hopefully it'll happen. This is really good bond though for not I don't have Ku on the team for the 25% or any of that. I really wish she was 15 though, because then we'd be getting it. Although I guess the other Sabers at this point, they don't really need it. I mostly need bond on the other classes. There's a few people that don't have NP buffs that don't need them, but okay, we're doing it again. Round 2. Give Buster card. I should really use Anniversary Blonde. The big Buster up is fine, and it's less clicks and stuff. All right, we're not max out of 5, but a million. I like how the other one did less because of low high roll. That's crazy because normally with normal cards, the low high roll won't outdo the difference between second place and third place. So you really like never see a third place do less than second if it's the same card type. Unless there's like a crazy command code involved. But yeah, because the numbers are so big, it absolutely can happen. Honestly, if that was Max's Mordred, those probably would have been like 1.5 mil or so, maybe 1.4. Just be like, Max's is not only 20 levels higher, but has the class score stuff maxed out, so it's kind of good. Oh, speaking of max, now when we use maxes, the sad part is we're not getting a buffer then, right? But it's still, you know, like incredibly good anyway. And then you have 2 Mordreds, so somebody's getting a Buster card. Game can barely keep up. I should NP, but yeah, you can see just how ahead of mine hers is. So on that other run, that would have just been nuts. Yeah, that's a pretty noticeable increase. I guess technically we should do that. Oh, you know who's busted here, but I haven't tried it, is Musashi. Like, Musashi is such a disgusting single target unit. If I see one, we'll summon it. I'll scan around. Oh, no crit. Arthur should really have his Bond CE. That ought to do. I was a little scuffed on that one. I like that. I need so many of those. Yeah, I mean, they can't just make it in a Musashi animation update, though, because it's, like, fundamentally different. I think what they should have done, though, and I don't think this is, like... I think this is fine. Some people get jealous, but fuck them. Like, I'm not a big Musashi fan, right? I don't hate her, but it's like, you know, she's not, you know, like, my top Saber by any fucking means. But I still think they should have done this. Is if you grand your Musashi, right? You don't get it by default, but if you grand your Musashi... Like with MASH, you can pick all the different bullshit. You should be able to pick like a thing in her profile that would at least switch the NP to AoE and stuff like that. But I'd probably done more with it than that. And then whoever else is grand for all the other ones, do the same thing. Just like as a fun little bonus for the people, you know, that happen to like that character. Like, I don't think that's a problem. And throughout the main story in 3.0 or whatever, if you see opportunities to, you know, do stuff like that for other characters, you know, by all means. Because, like, MASH gets to pick her NP now, essentially, so they can do it for other people. That's a hell of a Saber ult there. I actually haven't tried her yet, and he's using the actual Bond CE effect that you would want. Well, she's got the 50%, and then she's got her own battery, then the passive and everything, so it's actually not that crazy. I forget what hers does, though. But we could try that one. I want to see if there's a Musashi, though. Does it put the grands at the top? Because whenever I look at, like, people not on my friends list, it's very rare that I see grands. Yeah, I figured they just put it at the top. Yeah, they know what you're after. Hey, boy. But yeah, if anyone in chat's got like an Okita or a Musashi, I would definitely like to see that. I need more teapots. Well, that's a shift in music. All right. I love this universal buff though from her. It's so handy. Okay, this hand though. I don't want to just wait her turn because it's kind of ass. I'll just have Mordred go burr real quick. Good enough. That's pretty good for an art card. Imagine she did... So she triple single targeted and she crit. And it could have been on Saber Alter, which would have just killed her. I don't even... Like, what the fuck, game? Alright, let's see what she can do here. Now, obviously I should Mordred NP, but, you know. We want to see the thing. Oh, I should have done Mordred's Bond CE on this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like the threat is so grave, you know, anyone can be a grand or some shit. It's a bit silly. I will say, I have seen a lot of people like acting like this is a full-on retcon. It is absolutely not. Like, people to this day still think that there's only one grand, you know, rider, period. Or there's only one grand archer, period. That is not the case. That has never been the case. Nasu has said so many times over the years that is not the case. I have no idea where that concept comes from. It was never said anywhere. Like, literally anywhere. And for some reason, for the last 10 years, people have just been on, there's like, you know, there's a grand saber, or there's a and like they're like the grand all of the time, and blah blah blah. It's never been that way. You have no clue. Cause again, that was never even implied, so I don't understand how that caught on. Very strange. Well, like, Assassin is the only one that was a little different, and this was actually done very well, right? In the olden days, and technically this is still true, but it's just everything's broken all the time. In a proper ass Grail War, right? In just a completely vanilla, normal timeline Grail War, the assassin will always be an Hassan. Always, right? And then when they came up with this grand stuff later, and that you find out that the regular classes are like derivative, you know, like a downgrade of the proper grand system, because that's what it was made for originally, was the grands, not the Holy Grail War. And like, that's not even like a made up thing. From the very beginning, they've always said that, you know, the Grail War was man-made, and it was like tapping into, you know, powers beyond their understanding, right? And they were using it for their own, you know, dumb shit. It's not a real thing, right? But anyway, the reason that it was the Hassan was, or the assassin was always an Hassan, was because unlike all the other grands that had a bunch of different people that could be the grand, at the time only King Hassan could be Grand Assassin. And it's not because there's something like, you know, special thing about King Hassan. It's just that he was the only one that met the criteria. Now this area, I will say the lore is kind of busted, because all the logic about like him can't be the grand anymore because the Tiamat thing doesn't actually make a lot of sense. And then now somehow other people can, but the Throne of Heroes is outside of space-time. So if like Taz could be the Grand Assassin, you know, after King Hassan, then he should have been before too. So it's like, it's just kind of dumb. And that's always been a problem. Because like in Scath's lore and FGO, she's only summonable temporarily because Guadia blew her up. So she actually died. But it says when you, like, and it said this forever ago, once you fix all this, you know, once the story's done in FGO, she'll go back to being alive and won't be in the Throne of Heroes anymore and stuff. But like, that doesn't make any sense, because again, it's outside of space-time, right? So there's a lot of stupid shit that doesn't really make sense, because Fate is actually kind of a hack job, but you know, I don't actually really need to click that, but whatever. Alright, Saber Alter did pretty good. You know, we didn't really have her buffed properly, and things were a bit awkward, but she did pretty good damage. I know. Artoria is so dumb. These still have to jump around hoops because of this. So way back, way back, at the very start of the Fate franchise, in the visual novel, they used Ku as an example in the Unlimited Blade Works route, where they like talked about him, right? That Ku, you know, with his like very diverse legend and everything, could be summoned as other classes. They mentioned how his knowledge of runes was so great that he could be summoned as a caster. They said that all the way back in the original visual novel. And they said because of his warp spasm, he could be summoned as a berserker. But then they were like, but Artoria, because of like just the way she is and her legend and all that, can only be summoned as a saber. Just period. Can only be summoned as a saber. And they said that like so hard fact. Yeah, obviously she's been summoned as every class under the sun, but every single time they've had her as a different class, they've had to play around that. So Archer Artoria, right, for Summer, that is Saber Artoria. She was summoned as a Saber, and then just for the temporary Summer event, Scath alters her Saint Graph to be an Archer. Right, just temporarily. And then like Lancer Artoria is not Artoria. It's someone else who's just very, you know, is also named Artoria and looks almost identical. But, you know, it's from a different universe entirely, right? Not just a different timeline, but like a different universe. And in that universe, she can be other classes. How convenient. And it's just always shit like that. Every single one of them is like that. You know, you got Assassin Artoria, which is from, you know, the Servant universe and all that kind of. And if you're like, man, this sounds really stupid, it is. It is really stupid. Does Fate work on Rule of Cool? Like, it technically doesn't, but it actually does. So, like, if Nasu thinks it's cool, it's just going to happen. He'll make a really stupid explanation for it that probably won't make sense and will actually contradict other things. And also, if whatever Nasu made up was true, it would apply to other things, and it just doesn't, right? That happens all of the time. So, like, technically, it's not Rule of Cool, but in you know, practicality, it is. Fate definitely has more problems because of FGO, like, no question, because it expanded on the universe so much. So, like, FGO introduced so many problems, but they absolutely were they definitely were having problems and inconsistencies way before that, like, just with the books and stuff. Nasu has just never been great with this, like, internal consistency stuff. Thoughts on the Grand Card portraits compared to the standard ones? I like both. I like both. I'd probably, like, class at a time. So Sabers, right? I like the regular one more. Now, I like the grand one a lot, but it's a little fancy with the crown and everything. It's a little over the top, oversized, where the regular Saber class card is just the classic knight, and I love it. I love it. It's great. I love medieval armor, and it's just so classical. And the Saber class card servant, right? The generic class container servant, looks great. Big fan. No matter how nice the R does, chat, until they give us the generic class card servants, I will never forgive them. I will wrath them until my final days unless they give us those fucking generic class card servants. They're so cool. It's just, that's like the most awesome thing. And, like, because it was, you know, dude, that was based on, you know, the cards they showed in the original Fate Stay Night, right? That was such a cool thing to do, and they barely did anything with it. It's just like, why? Why would you do this? I could summon myself to really boost that hero proof. I actually do that a lot off stream, but we'll try to show off some other people here. A lot of Artorias here. Oh, damn. There's a Richard. Got a Sitting Master. Man, where's the Okitas and the Masashis, man? We haven't really, I don't think I've shown them on stream ever. 120 Jason, man. That's dedication right there. Look, he's got the Grand CE. Look at that. I have done Theseus, but I think it was off stream. Okay, there's a Masashi. It's not the fanciest one I ever saw. Doesn't even, who doesn't put command codes on when you know this event is going to be going on for so long? Like, come on now. We'll do it anyway, but this is kind of the skill tree's like halfway done. All right, let's see. Theseus is pretty solid though. So what I did, like, I pretty, when there's something hard going on, I pretty actively will do command codes for the units that matter. What I just did the other day is to, like, all of my, like, majorly used units and, like, stuff on my support list, I just put command codes on them that are good, but I would almost never use in any circumstance ever for, like, the main, like, servants I'm focusing on for, like, a new challenge quest or whatever. That way they're just kind of sitting on some, like, you know, pseudo useful stuff. And it's been nice, so. It'll get fucked up over time, but I'll just do it again here and there. They gave her a battery, right? I know she got the damage cut and all that on the first skill. I forgot. Did she? I think she got a battery. I mean, who the hell doesn't get a battery? Well, let's find out. Any battery in here? There is no battery in there. Well, she's kind of old school like that. Whoops. Accidentally command code or command spelled somebody. How did that happen? Okay, that looks so weird. Like hypercharged grand symbol there because of the command spell. Chat, who do you think Grand Berserker enemy is gonna be? The generic choice for Saber would have been Artoria, but they didn't do that, so they may not do the generic choice for Berserker either. Musashi Summer, oh my god. I don't think they could get away with that. Can you imagine, dude? I could see God Juna. They might do Herc, even though it's like the classical pick, and they didn't do classical for Saber, but he's so classical that maybe they would do it. Herc would be really cool. Minotaur would be cool. That actually would be pretty neat. Man, he fucked Mordred up. We need a stronger Musashi than this. We'll do FGO specific. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. I don't know, sometimes we look for patterns like that where they absolutely don't exist. You know what I think would have been cool, chat? Do y'all remember back in 1866 when FGO wasn't out yet, but they were like hyping it up, and they made these little trailers, these little animated, like, anime trailers, and they did one for every class, and they had like, kind of the token. But they were all FGOs new to FGO, right? They didn't do anything from past works. So like the trailer for Berserker was Darius. The trailer for Rider was Ushi. The trailer for Caster was I think it was Meph. And then I think Assassin was Jekyll and Hyde. Lancer was Scath. Saber? Who the hell was Saber? Maybe Dion? And then Caster was Babbage? No, it was Meph, right? Yeah, it was Meph. Oh, Attila, right? Attila. Yeah, that is right. I remember that now. Anyway, it would be cool if they used those characters for the Grand, and then any of them that don't have animation updates get an animation update with it. God, why are these so lazy with animation updates, dude? Fuck. They've missed so many good opportunities for that kind of thing. Okay, Musashi's struggling a little bit, but in her defense, not that upgraded. She got the attack down. I fucked up with the no battery. They kind of aren't getting away with it though, because FGO has, like, these still have months where they do really well, but overall, they're not as profitable as they used to be. And like, they're not at the top anymore pretty often. I mean, when they hit it big though, they still hit it so big, right? That's the thing about FGO, is because the IP is so popular, and like the whales will go NP8 on this shit that's hype. So like they still do make a lot of money. But I definitely think, I really mean this. If you could make an alternate timeline where they put a lot more effort into the game and they hired better developers and they did more cool shit, I think they would have made a lot more money. I very much believe that. Because like Arknights is a real contender these days, right? They're starting to really make some serious money, and they've done that purely through effort, right? They don't have a popular IP or any of that stuff, right? They didn't have a head start, if you will, and they've climbed the ranks through quality, and it just shows. So imagine if you have quality and a good IP, right? The Arknights has really been like putting in the effort in the long term. It is funny when you see Love in Deep Space like smacking FGO. Yeah, Fate is just such a popular franchise, right? Like, crazy. Gundam is big too. Gundam's been less big, but it's still big. They're trying to run it back, and we'll see. I mean, Witcher Mercury was very successful. The thing about Gundam is it's mostly just big in Japan specifically, though. And it does okay, you know, outside of that, but... Or the Twin Sabers, aren't the Thai? No, or they're Vietnamese. Aren't they Vietnamese? Yeah, I think they're Vietnamese. I remember looking into their real life shit, but I don't fucking remember. But I think they're Vietnamese. Anyway, not a whole lot here. NP1, that's not gonna fly. Wow, those are some vanilla ass brands right there. There's a new Gundam mobile game that's decent. Jason there. Mordred would have to do the work if we go with Jason. There's Theseus. Not limit broken. That's surprising for a level 168. Not having a, because it's not a whale thing. Like, my God, once you been playing this game for a while, you pretty much have all of the generic craft essence limit broken, and 168 is pretty damn high. What am I? I think I'm like 164 or some crap. Oh no, I'm 165 too. I don't farm like I used to. Because I skip events now. If I was still playing events, I'd probably be a good bit higher now. Could use them. For 108. Yeah, I'd use Theseus if I think do I got you added? I should have you added. That is a hell of a Jason. The tank. She's probably really good. She loops so easily. Yeah, she's probably super strong. Yeah, I only play events if there's something really special about it. I haven't played an event in a long time. I got so sick of them. Like, they're just not worth it. So boring. And I hate the way they're done because Arknights respects your time. They're like, filler events between main story and all that. You're done with them in a day if you want to be, right? It's nothing. It's really not a big deal. And they know, they know. They're like, yeah, you just pop in, play some Arknights, have fun with your units, and then go do something else. Don't worry about it, right? If you want to keep playing Arknights, then we have all these permanent game modes you can go play, right? So it's great. You got plenty to do if you want, but very little to keep up with, right? F goes the other way around. Nothing to do for almost the entire game, but during the events, it's grind as fuck. There should be a code for my ID, although it might be full. Let me... I always feel bad rejecting people, especially when I know it. Someone's like, hey, I like this guy's units. Like, I like his taste. But it's such a problem for me to add randoms because it makes it so hard for me to, summon who I want specifically. I know some people send me invites because they're just like, hey, I like this guy's units. I want to, use them more often. Lost 0. Lost, what's your Guadia account's name? Because I know you've got an account like sitting at Camelot, right? You've been sitting on it for so long. And they've never added Guadia, even though they've thought about it. I hate that he had like My Room lines and Bond lines and a victory line and an extra attack. And then they were like, nah, let's not add him. It's so fucked up. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I gotta make... I should delete a few more here so there's more space. Oh, hey, there's Diva. Why did Poi do that? Poi wouldn't do that for no reason. Was there a Canis there? I didn't say it. I don't know why Poi did that. I don't know why Poi did that. There's nothing nickel related, nothing Canis related. Let's see, chat. If who I was gonna pick for Grand Saber wasn't unbelievably obvious, like if it wasn't that,
are you hallucinating?
who would it be?
Are you hallucinating?
No, I'm not. It'd probably be Canis, but Enkidu is really up there. I think it'd be Canis or Enkidu. Good try, Poi. Good try. Gotta do like in like different sentences, or just say something like CE related, right, and not Canis related, right? Like do something CE related, or like C, like the word C or something like that, right? After I've said Canis separately, right? No, Scath is not even a contender, to be honest. I don't hate Scath at all, but let me list all the things that I would grand before Scath. Enkidu, Canis, Diarmid, Percival, Romulus, Vertra, Karna, Valkyrie, Fionn. Grand Fionn would actually be kind of sick. Other Romulus, I'm not memeing. I like other Romulus, he's cool. Okay, then probably Scath. So, but that, I mean, oh, no, Leonidas. Nope, Leonidas. But yeah, then probably Scath. So, regular Rongo Bongo, yes, but I don't have her. She's on the Herc account. I don't know if I do the altar one over. Spartacus is not a Lancer. Would I do Grand Lancer Lee over Scath? They're about the same. I'd rate them about the same. Hector? Okay, no, yeah, I'd Grand Hector over Scath. And again, I don't hate Scath. She's in the positive. It's just I like a lot of Lancers, man. Yeah, Grand Fionn would be cool. I mean, everything. I mean, Vertra, Romulus, all that shit. That'd be awesome. Karna, of course. Scath is cool, but yeah, she's pretty low on the list. But yeah, I mean, guys, like, there's no world where I can't make like a YouTube like post, right? Like the text post you can put on YouTube. I can't make one of those and like be even slightly convincing that I'm thinking about granding anything other than coup, right? I'm not even gonna try, right? I'm not even gonna meme. It's obviously coup. But yeah, if it wasn't coup, it'd probably be Canis. And then I don't know, Percival or Enkidu, man, that'd be and Diarmid's up there, actually. Diarmid's really cool. If Diarmid had an animation update, that would help. Let's see. So, I wish Billy had an animation update so bad, dude. But I'm probably gonna grand Billy. Tesla's really awesome, though. That's tough. That's probably the toughest one, actually, is these two. I like Baldy. I really do like Baldy, but he'd be like kind of right after Scath, I would think. They both have cool masks, though. I'm always a big fan of masks. It's nice. Yeah, most of the Grands, though, it's not a hard pick for me, but it's Archer's hard, Caster's hard. Grand Calamity Jane. So, I like Calamity Jane's gameplay, like, a lot. And you know what? When we're only allowed to bring Archers, I am definitely using her. Like, she's a pretty damn awesome support. Like, that's going to be a lot easier than the Sabers, I think. Because, yeah, she gets lots of support. You just get some Star Bomb in there, and, yeah, holy fuck. Hell, I wish I had her Bond CE just for the Star Bomb off of that, but, yeah, she's actually a pretty sick Grand, but I don't think anyone... She is one of the least popular units in all of FGO. Like, she's up there with Blood Axe and stuff, so... Robin Hood's awesome, of course. But yeah, I think it's Billy for me. It's Billy, then Tesla, and so if Billy and Tesla were out, then, I mean, Robin and her are cool. They're up there. I mean, Calamity Jane for just gameplay would be cool. I don't mind her character, but her design is, yikes. Any other archers? I mean, David would be cool. Seriously, what is this design? It's not even the fact that it shows skin. It has nothing to do. Why is it every color under the sun? And then like what? Why is like a foam finger gun? It just why? Like I like gunslingers. Why is that Calamity Jane? Like what? Oh my god. Now the colors are just the stupidest fucking thing, dude. Like holy shit. And it's just too like it's too like bad Halloween costume, right? It's like you have like an actual gunslinger and then you have like the Halloween costume gunslinger, right? That is not what I want. Like god damn it. Stage 2 colors kind of are better, but then it's just full on cheerleader. I mean, she's just a cheerleader, right? Just straight up. The Grand Archer Arash would be, that'd be sick. So, Lost was saying this didn't perform very well. I don't know if he used a 121, though. I don't know if I want to check, because I hate this character. But, I guess, for science, because I also, even though I don't like Astolfo, I think they should do pretty well here, right? And Lost was saying they didn't. But, I guess we'll put that to the test here. Now, I will say, if compared to, like, the real big shots, it may not do that well, but we'll see. I bet you there'll be plenty of Grand Imias, and Gilgamesh, and all that. God, this song is so good. The only reason Kristen is not the best character in Arc Knights is because Patriot exists. I'm just saying. Pretty good hand. All right, let's see it. This is Kristen's theme from Arc Knights, like the boss theme. It's godly. Yeah, that's what is Lost talking about? Hello? Granted, you know, they were 120, but still, that was a one turn. Although I will say Mordred can one turn if she gets a hand that good. Like I have one turn with Mordred several times. But yeah, that was quite strong. Why are people continuously, there's been like 4 people today that are like, why am I putting the NP first? Like, really? And like, I'm not even mad at the people. I'm mad at the universe. Like, how have we gone around? Have we gone full circle? Right? Because I remember when the game first started, that's what everyone said, right? You know, way back when. So have we just gone all the way back around? Like, I don't understand how this is still a thing. 10th year anniversary coming up, by the way. And if it was like one person, I wouldn't really think anything of it, but it's been multiple people. So I'm just like, how the hell have we come to this? And for the people that actually don't know, your NP is not affected by what place it's in, but the normal cards are. So there's no reason to do that. And also Rainbow Chain. And you know, sometimes you have abilities like there's several characters that will give themselves like an attack up right when they attack first. or a Buster Up, and that can make your NP stronger, but almost never does it math out, right? Like, it depends on what you're doing, and it's an AoE too. If you're hitting multiple targets, then it gets very complicated. But generally speaking, you're just better off getting the bigger oomph on the normal card. What is Green ranting about? Look, Lost, I used Astolfo Saber, and they one-turned it, okay? I'm just saying, because you were saying they weren't that great. Now, I know this Astolfo is unbelievably upgraded, but still, I mean, they're fine. And I don't even like Astolfo. But what I was actually ranting about was there's just been a bunch of people today, like, Lost, do you remember when the game first came out? Because you played the original JP, right? You know, like, way back. When the game, like, was new, people, like, were always wrong about everything, but, like, you know, like, doing, like, Buster last, or, like, putting the NP last, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. That just keeps coming up today. I don't even... And maybe it's, I wasn't, some of them I just, you know, ignored it. Some of it might have been because they were thinking like the attack up is worth it and stuff, but it's not. Oh man, Kojiro was, I hate that NA day one was so broken, like it was so power crept. It was not the true day one experience, not even close. So they never really got why Kojiro was the savior of France. They didn't get it. They're like, hey, it wasn't like why it was so easy to get other assassins, but it's like it wasn't. JP was so different. And like I gotta stress this, JP, when it first came out, you did not have dailies, right? NA launched with dailies. So like think about that. How are you gonna get XP? Right? There's no daily. You got XP from free quests dropping bronze XP. I'm not kidding, that's how you leveled. Right? And that's why when Oceanus came out, the average level of like they expected you to be was like level 40, right? You weren't, the getting your units leveled was a very long-term thing. You didn't have daily FP summon. You didn't have login rewards. Seriously, I'm 100% serious. You got XP from doing free quests. That's how, if you notice, free quests don't drop a lot of XP. So yeah, you leveled very slowly, right? Like it was like you weren't expected to get your servants maxed out quickly. You kind of just were the level you were, and you played through the game with that, right? It was chicken slow run, right? So yeah, because of that, Kojiro was like God, because there were so many writers in Orleans. But yeah, NA just never had that experience. So and like not only was your day one really easy, but when they finally added Oceanus, everyone was level 90, right? That was so dumb. Like everyone was level 90 when Oceanus dropped. It was so super fucked up. People were happy to see Black Keys. Yeah, that definitely changed with time. Man, I wish he had a limit broken Black Grail. He is more upgraded than he was last time. Let's try it again. I don't like Lost Belt 6, but this map thing is good. Why does FGO have so many, like, amazing map themes? It's just kind of, like, they really have some good map themes over the years. And obviously good music is always great. I'm not complaining. It's just sometimes they clearly put more effort into the map theme, which you don't hear very much, because, once you beat the story, that's kind of that. But like a lot of the generic battle music they've added in some of these main stories aren't that great. Some of them are fine, but like the map themes have been more consistent, I would say, with being bangers. Okay. No NP gain here. That's unfortunate. I guess Mordred Gobert. He's got 20,000 health, though. Pretty good. What's the play here? Fuck it. And I love how Ort got more boss themes than any other boss. But then he also got his own map theme, and it was also a banger. I think the best generic battle theme they've made in a while anyway is the Lost Belt 7 one. I thought that one was quite good. And they kind of used it as Cuckoo's theme as well. And like the chorus or whatever of that was kind of like the motif of a lot of the songs in Lost Belt 7. But that worked fine. I thought that was good. How best to do it? I guess that. Alright, what kind of damage? It's not bad. Yep, no, that's pretty damn solid. That's pretty comparable to what Astolfo did. I think they were 1.7 or something like that, but that's pretty good. All right, 1 minute, chat. I need to refill my water. Yeah, I just remembered something that I forgot kind of vaguely, like I'm sure it was buried in my subconscious there somewhere. But because I haven't been playing FGO a lot recently and I just now kind of got back into it, I remember that this game lies to you all of the time. Like people, I was saying, why are all these people asking about why I'm not putting NP in last place? Because the game tells them that it does more damage in last place when it doesn't. But after 10 years, the game is still lying to you. Not only that, is if you do like a buster chain with a buster NP, it will tell you that the NP does more damage, and it doesn't. And they've had 10 years to fix this and either have it actually apply or correct the UI. By the way, I'm having played this game for way too long, for way too many years, and seen the design philosophy of it, and like knowing what the design philosophy was day one, I strongly believe that when the game was first created, because I wish I could like articulate this well. There's too much information to like really summarize this, but FGO was not well thought out day one at all. It got lucky, and it coincidentally has like a decent combat system that like allowed them to make better boss fights years down the road, right? But it was a very, very poorly thought out game day one. Right, they kind of just slapped it together, and it just some things just turned out well coincidentally. And it was coded very badly, very badly. I am convinced that NPs were supposed to be stronger in third place. That's why the UI says that. When you do a buster chain, that was supposed to make a buster NP do more damage. It's just bugged. And now, because there's so much power creep and things have changed and everything, they can't fix it. Right? And there's another bug, by the way, that's been in the game for a very long time that I know they know how to fix, but they don't because they know it would piss the player base off. And yes, it's the overkill bug. And it is crazy how much this affects the game. A lot of like loopy, farmy bullshit is specifically because of this bug. For some reason, there's always been a bug in the game where if you do half of the target's current HP or more, you will get the overkill bonus, even if they're not dead, which means more NP gain and more stars. It's very impactful. And when you're doing like, you know, all kinds of multi-hit NPs, hitting 3 targets, that can have a pretty noticeable impact on your NP game. And it's a bug. It's always been a bug, but they're never gonna fix it now because they know the player base is so used to it. If they fixed it and all of a sudden all these like loop setups wouldn't work, right? People would just be complaining, be like, why is this not working? And they would think that's the bug, right? 100%. So they just don't fix it. They just leave it in. And I'm in the camp of don't be lazy, stupid. And if you want to keep that in the game, add it as a legitimate mechanic so people can understand what's actually happening, right? You know, have something pop up on the screen instead of overkill, right? That explains what it is. And for like, if you don't want the NPs in 3rd place to get a damage bonus, because at this point in the game, it'd be too strong. Like it would, you know, the way the game was day 1, you could maybe have gotten away with it, but like the way that the game is now, you can't do that. So just change the UI so it stops saying that it gets that bonus, right? And by the way, it says if you do a quick chain with a quick NP that it gets the bonus. And it does make the 20 stars, but it does not get the star gen bonus. It does, none of that shit happen. Oh yeah, oh my god, there's more bugs than even that. I'll just grab Mordred so I can show this. Yeah, everything about the UI is wrong. So anyway, back on point though, I'm still surprised that so many people were asking about it. Obviously, the game lies to you, so it's like that's why, but it's not like, it's still not common, you know. Generally over the years, people have just gotten used to it, right? So it's weird that maybe there's a resurgence of new players, which I guess would be a good thing, but but like, for example, look, art card, look, first bonus, right? First bonus arts, that's what it says. It literally says this, and I always was playing on the NA server because you can see this more clearly, but it says first bonus, you know, art up, you know, my art NP gain is what it's telling me. You get more NP gain. And look at my NP. Look at that blue border it's getting. Look at that. It's telling me that because my first card is an art card, I'm getting more NP gain on my NP. It's a lie. It doesn't do that. That does not happen, right? Look, it's glowing red. It's telling me the first bonus is more damage. No, that's a lie. It's not doing that either. It's just the UI is a joke, right? Like, it's just lying to you right now. It shows it. See, it shows blue card, you know, border around these. That's true. That actually does happen, right? But why don't they just patch it to not show around the NP, right? Or, you know, patch it to where it actually does work on the NP. But that'd be so OP. I don't think they'll do that. But literally one or the other. And 10 years. 10 years. Old game. Makes so much money. This is not small indie game, please understand, right? They have so much money. There is no reason, there is no excuse for this game to not have fixed such a, I mean, chat, am I exaggerating? I don't think I'm exaggerating. This is like embarrassing, right? Like, game makes billions of dollars and they can't fix such a basic ass bug. This is such a, like, in one, it's a pretty impactful bug though. Every player that gets into the game is being lied to, right? So it's pretty, how? This is the kind of bug that doesn't get fixed that you expect from, like, Forsaken, Bleak, whatever the fuck game, you know, the one. That, you know, like a game run by like 2 people, right? That you're like, okay, you know, you expect some lack of polish. How is this so unpolished? And it gets worse, right? It gets worse. Let me put it in slow-mo so you have more time to see it. We'll do, you know, NP is part of a chain here. Oh, by the way, this is the one thing the game is not lying to you about, right? So if you're a new player or something, or you don't understand it. So, because we'll be talking about how NPs are just a total lie, which they are. But, and this is why I'm convinced it was a bug day 1. Also, I just know their design philosophy from day 1, and it was supposed to work on NPs for sure. But when you click an NP, it says it's giving the Buster up to, you know, as the first card bonus. Like if I picked a regular Buster card. And that's true. It actually does do that, right? If the NP is first, it does apply the first card bonus. Not to itself, like any other card would, but it does apply to the other cards. That's the one thing that the NP actually accomplishes. But anyway, so when you pick an NP here, you can see the chain. See, like, boom, they're all sparking there, and with the UI that popped up there is showing that because you picked 3 Buster cards, they all do more damage. That's what the Buster chain is, and it shows the NP as part of it, and it's a lie. It is not part of it. Will you ever play Dragon's Dogma 2 again? Maybe. I hate that game so much. Did they ever optimize it? Because I could not believe how, because I could run it off stream, but I couldn't really run it on stream. Like off stream, it ran fine, but, and maybe if I get a new graphics card. They're so expensive right now though, so I don't really want to get a new one. I'm very frugal like that, no matter, like, I could win the lottery and I'll be like that. I don't know. I like the first game better. But, you know, maybe the boss fights at the end of the game are good or something like that. Did it ever get a DLC? Like, because the DLC of the first game is so good. It's one of the best. Actually, I think it's the best DLC I've ever played. That expanded on the game in such a perfect way. I loved it. I wish Elden Ring's DLC was formatted like that, where instead of it being more open world, it was now, okay, you did all this stuff, you built up your characters, now go use them in this super hard dungeon and put your metal to the test, right? I loved that. Best shit ever. And then when you beat it, it reset with a new layout and a new final boss. And you get to do it again, right? So good. It's so fucking good. And the replay, I could go back and play Dragon's Dogma again and go play that dungeon again, and I have an amazing time, right? It's so good. Chef's kiss. Yeah, I hope they do that, because that could fix the game. That really could fix the game. Because Dragon's Dogma 1, I would only kind of like if it wasn't for that DLC. What about Dead Cells? Interested in seeing you play it? I played it a long time ago. I think maybe like very early on in my streaming life. And it used to have a really good Twitch integration, right? Where Twitch could play as the boss, and they could someone would get selected from chat, and they could say things in chat that would trigger the boss to do special attacks or like spawn enemies, new enemies and stuff like that. And you could like time it and stuff. It was really cool. But it's like broken, and the Twitch integration doesn't work anymore. That was actually some of my favorite streaming ever. Chat could, someone else, a different person in chat could have control over Captain Chicken that would follow you around, and they decided when you would heal or not, and they could talk. They would say them in chat, like in Twitch chat, and then it'd make this like you know, gibberish sound. It sounded really kind of cool though, and like the chicken would have a text dialogue in the game. And they could pick your power. Dude, it was great. Fucking amazing. I loved it so much, but the Twitch integration's broke and the devs just don't seem interested in fixing it, which I think is a huge mistake. Huge mistake. My issue with Dead Cells is the original creators of it, like gave it up. They like handed it off to these other devs, and they kind of suck. And I've seen them like talk on like Discord and stuff, and they're just assholes, man. And then I know you're supposed to separate art from the artist, but man, they're like really lame, and it's hard to like dive back in because of that. It is a good game though. Dead Cells, I don't now under their management. I don't know if it's good anymore. I don't know, but it was. I liked that game a lot, and the Twitch mode was one of my favorite things I've ever like played. It's great. When it comes to roguelikes like that, I've been more into the BlazBlue one because it's a lot like Dead Cells, but I think it's ran a lot better, and you get to play all these different characters from BlazBlue, which is an IP I really love, so that's more been my go-to. But Dead Cells is great, really cool bosses and stuff. I love roguelikes if they're made well. I mean, I guess that's a given for anything, but like I do, and I've noticed I do inherently like roguelikes. It's definitely a genre I'm a fan of. Not much reason to make stars here. I know a few Twitch integration things that still work, but yeah, it's sad. What was that game? Warhammer Vermintide 2. That had an awesome Twitch integration. Because they could do the chat could do really weird things. Like I played it with Tusk, and chat loves Tusk even though they don't know anything about him, but they just automatically love him. And so like, when they would have a chance to give out a healing potion, they would give it to Tusk, right? But they wouldn't give it to me. And then like, but they would do shit to like if they had to give me something, they'd give me a bomb, and I already had a bomb, right? Like they would just do stuff like that. And then they could, you know, choose to spawn extra enemies that would just straight up make the game harder, and like that was really neat. There was a lot of cool stuff like that. And I think it's so good to have that kind of Twitch integration, because not only is it fun and unique and like random and it really is interactive, right? It gets, I think, the chat more into it. It makes them pay attention to the stream more, right? It gets them to care more about what's happening because it is more dynamic and they get to impact it, right? As a viewer, the few times I've gotten to partake in that kind of stuff, I've loved it. It's great. I love it as a streamer and as a viewer. Huss does not buy my groceries. That does not happen. He could, because he works at a grocery store, but he ain't doing that shit. Husk is like really into card games these days. Been like doing real life card games. Been a thing. I am not. I have a passing interest in card games, and I enjoy like watching them sometimes and keeping up with, like, you know, like a big tournament. But like I don't really like playing them because there's too much RNG, right? So it's just not really my thing. Speaking of that Blaze Blue roguelike, this song is from that game, which we'll be streaming again soon. There's an update coming for it soon. They're adding a new character, and actually there's a Dead Cells collab with it soon, which I don't know how the hell that's gonna work, but I'm pretty sure I've actually finished this event though. I think this event is actually done for me. I don't mind doing it more though because I want those freaking hero proofs. So if I'm not mistaken, this content is permanent. I've seen some people say, well, it's stupid to make the grands time limited. I don't, as far as I understand, they're not. This content is in the game forever. What is limited is the super boss fight at the end, right? You only get to do that once. And then later, when the event is over, you have to use capsules, which sucks. Like, super sucks. I really do recommend you get the class tree maxed out now, because you're probably going to need your Grand Saber for content, you know, down the road. I think they're going to have other uses. So yeah, you're going to want to have that all set up. Tuss likes card games in general. He's played quite a few, but he's really into Star Wars Unlimited. And from it is a good card game from what I've seen. I'm not really into Star Wars because Disney is the lamest company on the planet, but that is a very competent card game. It's kind of like Magic, but honestly better. Like it just they do a better job with almost everything. Okay, I could play this on the alt account though, but I wouldn't. I really want some hero proofs. I've only got 20. Like, if I was playing off stream, I would be summoning the hero proof CE every time because yeah, holy fuck, I need hero proofs. Also, I should probably equip that to Mordred. Why is it Japan to level class trees? I don't know. I guess they want it to be a very long. And I agree that the game actually needs some mechanics that, so like level 100 back in the day was a very long-term thing, right? It took a while. You didn't have a lot of 100s, but as the game has gone on, you know, we've caught up. We've been playing for so long. We have 1 million level 100s, right? So it means nothing. But the problem is every system they add, that happens to eventually. And you can tell that's why they made 120 the way it is. Because they're trying to make it such a bitch that it just can't be that common. But they underestimate this player base. It will become common. Because you can already see some people that, you know, have been playing actively since it was added. They've got like 6 120s, right? Like, you know, where there's a will, there's a way. Because even as a free-to-play, you know, you get the coins through Bond and stuff. And here's the thing, like Mordred, right? One of my favorite 5-stars. I didn't get her NP5 right away, but I've been playing for so long that I do have her NP5 now, right? You know, some people, I guess, they have a hard time like rolling on the same character, you know, over years like that, but you know, that's not a problem for me. So yeah, I can get 120s even as a free-to-play of my 5-stars, so. But the class trees are just an expansion of that, though. They just want it to be something that's rare. They want it to be like, because you guys remember, I mean, some of you probably don't, but like way back in the day when, you know, grails were rare, a lot rarer. Like, God, they used to actually be quite rare. Whatever people had at level 100 was like, oh, okay, they really care about that unit. Because most people wouldn't even grail past 90 because it was so inefficient, right? But now no one gives a shit, and literally every unit they care about is level 100, even vaguely, right? So yeah, 100 just doesn't mean anything anymore, right? It's so meaningless now. So that's why 120 is here, because it's like, oh, okay, that's the unit they really care about. But now 120 is starting to get a little common if people care. And not that common though, but like still, the way you tell that, oh, that's the one they care about is their 120, and they've got the skill tree, right? That's the thing right now. It's a problem though, because like right now it's not that much power creep, but if they do 150 and all, it's like, what the hell, Grand Gunner? I wish. There's barely any characters that they've confirmed can be gunners, but give me a Billy animation update and add Butch Cassidy, and then add that other gunslinger that we don't know who it is, and then add Sundown Kid. Add regular history Calamity Jane. Like, come on, game. You got 5 million knights and samurai. You can add some more gunslingers. I'm not even copying here. Like, if you have this many knights and samurai, God, there's so many weebs now. There's no reason they can't have more gunslingers. Like, it's stupid how rare they are. All right. Damn. That's worth using. Honestly, low star's gonna be pretty hard, especially early on. It was so hard to get their coins. It's getting easier with time, but oh my lord, it took, dude, it took like a year and a half or 2 years for me to 120 coup, and it had nothing to do with me like not wanting to farm. I had the XP the entire time. I just did not have the coins. It took, and I was rolling all. I will say though, coup got extra fucked, and I was Bond 15. Right, most fuckers don't have Bond 15, especially back. I had Bond 15 a long time ago. That was so annoying. I'd see people with like, you know, Bond 15 whatever, or 120, you know, whatever low star, and they weren't Bond 15, and I'm over here at Bond 15, and I couldn't 120. But coup got a little extra fucked because quite a few 3 stars got random raid ups throughout that, you know, year or two, and coup never did. Like, he may got like 2 of them, right? Like, Caesar got one, Hector got one, Ricky got one, like a bunch of people got one, but Ku just never got one. So it just took so long. It was horrible. I just got massive Path of Exile 2 vibes. Because there's like a dungeon in Path of Exile 2 where you're like underground, but it's like, you got all this like carved out, it's like very spacey, you know, it's like a lot like this background, right? So this randomly reminded me of Path of Exile 2, which I have not played since it first came out in early access because I'm kind of just waiting for the game to come out for real. It was great. The early access was super great, but you know, it only had 3 acts available, and most of the classes weren't in, a lot of the weapons weren't in, right? It was very limited, but I still loved it. So I'm kind of just waiting for them to really get a lot more done, and then I'll play it again. But yeah, that was very fun. It was a very fun, chill game to just kind of relax to. I liked it. No Bedivere Buster cards, unfortunately. I guess we Mordred NP. She gets double defense up because of Bedivere. I hope Musashi goes so ham on my Mordred so I can just see like how tanky we are. Like crit me, like with the single target. Come at me, bro. Got like I think 70% defense up there. Alright, we'll overcharge Bedivere. Oh yeah, if you don't play the game actively, you're fucked. Especially for low stars. You're not doing your FP. Oh, I'm in slow-mo. This NP looks good in slow-mo, though. Not that anyone's watching. Like, I could totally get away with being in slow-mo and it wouldn't phase anybody. Alright, Bedivere. Let's see it. I'm gonna guess 1.3. Not quite, 1.2. So, pretty close though. I mean, because of low high roll, it definitely could have been 1.3, 1.4. Pretty good. Bedivere is a really good grand candidate. And if you're doing like 1 to 3 stars, like if you're gonna just like go so hard on, dude, there are people that are mad at me because I granded a 5-star, and I'm like, fuck you, just fuck you. Like, I like doing low star stuff, but I'm not gonna, you know, not grand my favorite characters, thank you. Like, go fuck yourself. It's so stupid. But anyway, if you do want to do like an ult account or whatever, you're going like all in on the low stars, Bedivere is a great Grand Saber. He's probably the best one. I mean, Caesar's fine. I think I haven't seen Theseus yet, but I really think Bedivere is the best because he's got the team stuff, right? He's got a battery, he's got defense up, the debuff resist, and like that's just really good stuff. He's got upgraded NP, gives himself the buster up every time, right? It's sick. Fergus might be good for boss fights though. I guess we'll see. Yeah, if you wanted to do welfare, Santa Carna is very good. I don't know. I think Bedivere is right up there with Santa Carna though. I think Bedivere is quite impressive. And you know, the lower team cost can be good. Although if you're doing low stars only, then it doesn't matter. But it is funny when people have a lot of like low cost or team cost woes, and I don't even notice because normally for major stuff, you know, I might throw in a you know, like my favorite character like Mordred or you know, Achilles or something, but you know, I'm normally using a lot of low stars, so team cost is just never an issue. It is an issue in farming though. When I'm farming, I'm just like whatever. Bedivere is getting real close there. How's Mordred doing here? Oh yeah, you get a nice chunk of QP. Skill gems and all that. Oh, Grand Shield Arrays. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Let's see, for Ryder, I think like Ushi. Ricky's good, but Ushi is just... A lot of people that don't do low star stuff, but they think they understand low stars. A lot of times people don't like give Ushi a lot of credit, I've seen. And people really think Ricky's the way to go because he's art, but they're kind of forgetting you don't have cast story and all that, so it doesn't really mean anything. Like self-sufficiency is really big, and Ushi having an evade is just massive compared to Ricky not having it. Like Ricky's fine, but Ushi's definitely the better of the two. For if you're doing 1 to 3 star stuff, or even 1 to 3 stars in welfares, or hell, even 1 to 4 stars, I'd say it's the same. Well, let me think. There's some good 4-star support. I don't know. I think they actually favor Ushi more though. It gets a little weird. Where's an Okita? I have not seen one like in ages. Okay, holy fuck though. We kind of have to use that. I swear we're getting there, chat. Slow and steady. Dude, I'll have the ability to give plus 50% bond with Ku and Mordred. I will say Mordred is a horrible bond 15 though. Well, she's good in that she's good at farming, right? Like she's very good at farming, but she's horrible to put in the back row because you don't want the bond 15 in the front row because they give the bond bonus without being in the front, right? And the front row gets that 20% bonus. So yeah, it's kind of a problem. But yeah, Mordred's terrible in the back row because you can't swap her in to like give support, and she's high team cost. So like, you know, regular mash is a really good one. 1 stars, right? Shit like that. Or units that are just good, like swap in with the switch mystic code. So they don't need to be in the front at the start, because you don't have to stay in the front, by the way, to get the 20% bond bonus. I've tested that. You can swap out and still get it. But yeah, Mordred is none of those things. Ooh, boy, he's not even close. She's got pretty good bond, because I haven't farmed with her, like, a massive amount in other events, but I have used her a good chunk. Sometimes I'd give her, like, K-Scope and do Arthur Mordred. That would return a lot of event stuff back in the day. It's like, she could clear a wave, because she had K-Scope, and then she gives them a buff with the attack up, crit up, and all that. And then Arthur and Mordred are both very easy to crit with. And it, like wave 2 or wave 3, it wouldn't matter if Arthur crit there or Mordred crit there, so the deck was very consistent. I found that kind of setup really is good. Got a quick chain. All right. This is probably more damage, especially the Mordred Buster. You probably should do Art Buster for the Rainbow Chain. But, chat, I've thought about this a few times. They basically reversed the classic deck, like card order, right? The classic used to be Buster Quick Art. Do y'all remember that? That was like a very optimized combo because of the first card Buster bonus, you would do a lot of damage, and then Art card in third place would make a lot of NP gain, right? That was just a very optimal thing to do. But because of Rainbow Chains, which I have to, you know, they were not in the game for like the first like 6 years, 7 years. Although they've been in the game for a long time now, because you're old, by the way, chat. You're old now. But anyway, yeah, now it's, you know, very normal to do Quick Art Buster, like the other way around. So it's kind of wild. I like Rainbow Chains though. I think overall they make you think about. Well, they don't make you think about stuff more really when you're doing like really high-end, you know, kind of whale or, you know, just meta stuff, right? They don't matter so much. But for low star stuff, they matter all the time, and you're always thinking about should I do a Rainbow Chain or not. I actually like it a lot. Big fan. I love this song. It's so good. Chat, anyone here that still felt like it's been playing FGO this whole time, right? Like maybe on an A or whatever, and you've always thought of the Rainbow Chains as like that new thing, right? But they've been in the game for like so long now. Like it's been quite a few years. Yeah, old as shit. Let's see. Let me look when I made a. I didn't make a video like day one of them adding it. I remember I did like a Billy video or something. Or maybe it was Q. I don't know. When did I do it? I don't know if I don't know what I named the videos. Fuck. Pretty sure I made a Billy and a Q video when they introduced the Rainbow Chain, but I don't think I put any name like that in the title. Okay, I see one about it there. It was posted July 31st, 2022. So it's about to be 3 years. So, yeah, it's been a minute. It was like, you know, 6.5 years or whatever without it. At least I'm not old anymore. Well, you graduated from being old. Dude, I really... This has been... I don't know. I don't think humbling is the right word. It's just been... strange, I guess. I don't know. That's not really right either. But when I started making FGO videos, and, you know, I only had, like, you know, 300 viewers or whatever, which good times, by the way. I didn't have to deal with drama back then. And then I started streaming and all that. Most of my viewers from FGO were teenagers, right? Because that was who was into Fate at the time, right? Like like back when there was not that many mobile games, especially like gosh, there weren't that many gacha games when FGO was Japan only, right? There really weren't. And yeah, when it was Japan only, and I started doing stuff, most of my viewers were teenagers, and I very much was not. But I just remember noticing, like, yeah, these guys are all teenagers. But it was kind of fun, you know, I enjoyed it. But now those same people, they're not teenagers anymore. And that makes me feel old. That makes me feel really, because I was not a teenager, right? Early FGO days. Again, when there was no NA version. And yeah, now those people, you know, they were in high school and shit. They, you know, they are all, you know, they're out of college. You know, they're off working now. So yeah, it's kind of wild. All right, where are my hero proofs at? Somebody slot the hero proof thing. Still haven't seen Diva. Diva wanted Theseus. Oh, there we go. I just had to say something. Shame there's no way to bring art support here. You could swap in Bedivere for the NP gain buff. I am now teaching kids that are going to become teenagers. That's wild. Actually, when I was young, I did have people say I acted old. That was very much a thing when I was a youngin'. Okay. I mean, Arthur's more damage, and you get a second star bomb. Probably the way. Just in case. He's only got the one art card, unfortunately. So, I think the issue here is he doesn't have an upgraded NP. I'm pretty sure that's the... he'd probably be a good bit higher than that if he did. Especially with the way it multiplies your damage. Unfortunate. I have seen worse. You know what? Arthur doesn't really need to... Oh no, that's not Mordred. Excuse me. The blonde hair confusing me. I was gonna say Arthur doesn't need to NP. But he actually did need to NP. Damn it. Bloody attack down. She gets like this hidden defense up or whatever. I haven't really checked if it's damage cut or defense up. I'm assuming it's a defense up, but I haven't really like done armor ignore and paid attention. If it is defense, then that makes Okita even better. When I used her, I didn't pay attention. Yeah, 120 already saw. His main benefit though is he loops. Right, that's like the thing. Like he's got pretty solid normal card damage. Like, I mean, really, that is not bad at all. That's why his NP damage though is lower than Bedivere's, because his normal card damage is higher. May Skull Bonk. I wish you could mulligan the hand one time. That would really help units like him out. Chat, who the hell ever needs these? Like, I bet you no one has bought these from the, Actually, I bet you very few people have, but I bet you some people have bought these from the Pure Prism shop because they probably were newer to the game. Whatever coincidental, character they got, that was maybe a 5-star or something that they liked. And then maybe Taiga or whatever they get. And because they're new to the game, they need those mats. I could see that. But, yeah, these are, like, gold mats in general are incredibly easy, and then that one in particular. Pure Prism hoarding, eh? Yeah, I always need hero proofs. So rough. No, we've gotten more than one. We've had even it drop a few at a time, a few times. Like we got some like earlier, if I remember correctly. But when I'm trying off stream, I summon the hero proof drop rate CE for myself, and it does pretty well. Fuck it, we'll throw a Gwen in here. Got that bond effect to make Mordred stronger. That's fine. Oh, I got more teapots. Very nice. Yeah, bronze mats are evil. Surely, we're gonna get a hero proof here. Nice calming music. Not my favorite hand. Guess I'll do that. I should have swapped in Arthur. There was no reason not to get the attack up. That was kind of weak, though. She's such a good unit. Like, obviously for this stage, it's good. It's nothing crazy, but the fact that she can give that to herself or somebody else, and it's such a strong buff. Like, so much healing and defense up, and she gives them damage up. And, like, her offensive effect removal has actually been really handy a bunch of times. The extra attack is pretty meaty. I can't wait to see my Ku's extra attack. Because he's got the coin passive. Look at the grand passive. Yeah, that was really good. He's got the skill tree, all the extra attacks up from the skill tree. Like, his extra is gonna crush people. That was some serious Mordred damage. Hey, finally. Yeah, I think we obtained some earlier, and that got us to 20. And then we got that 1, and that was 21, and that was 22. I think we started at like 18 or something. I may be wrong, but... So, chat, do I get Elden Ring Night Rain on PS5 or PC? Because it really comes down to, like, what more of my viewers are going to be playing on. Now, it runs better on PS5 for streaming because the stream load is on the console, right? Separate. The game is separate from PC. But I've heard Night Rain runs better than regular Elden Ring. Right? So we'll see. I really need a second PC, though. Like, it sucks streaming the game on the thing that's encoding it. It sucks. It's lame. But it's a lot of effort, and you need a lot of power for 2 PCs and that kind of thing. I could get a laptop or something, though. You could do that. Like, what I like to do on PS5 is you get the PlayStation 4 version and you play it on PlayStation 5, because then the PS5 specs can, like, super handle it and it runs incredibly smoothly. And I just don't give a fuck about graphics, so... I should probably... It looks like everyone's getting on PC, though. I'd like to be able to play with people that way. I hate streaming on the device that I'm playing on. Not a fan. And, like, you know, as my PC gets older, it's a bigger problem. But I don't want to buy a new PC because, like, off stream, it's not a problem, right? So there's no reason to. I'm surprised more people aren't putting up the hero-proof CE. I don't really get it. It's, like, blatantly great for this. Like, after you finished it, like... The unit you have as a Grand is probably already, you know, the bond that they need. And then, the other units, you probably don't need bond on that much. And, like, a lot of people need hero-proofs. Do you guys think Executor is going to be that popular? I love the gameplay. I love perfect blocking in video games, right? Like in Vindictus, I like Fiona a lot because she's got the perfect block stuff. It's really cool. And he has perfect block like as a mechanic all the time. He doesn't have to use the tier. And that is really cool. But he's a weeb. So, you know, he's a pretty cool weeb though, I gotta say. Like, This is not bad. What is normally slotted here? I thought it was her normally. I don't know. Pope Joan. Man, I've got the quick CE. What the fuck was slotted here? I have no idea. I was not paying attention. It is Jonah Arc. Why the hell do I have that? I don't know. You can do that. He turns into a big beast. I'm excited for most of them. I really liked Wilder. I was surprised by that because he's like he's John Elden Ring. But dude, the grapple was awesome, and you could like grapple into his ult and shit like that. You could ult in the air, and you had the long version, the short version of the ult. I loved it, dude, and his ult was so helpful. I really liked Wilder, and Duchess was really fun. Her dodge was probably the most fun. Being like that maneuverable was very enjoyable. I don't like her or her skill. It's good. It's actually like too good. They're probably gonna nerf it. But it was just annoying. Like the enemy, like you're fighting a giant dragon and then a giant dragon ghost shows up. Like that was just awful. But she was really fun outside of that. But yeah, I'm not even sure who I'm gonna main. We'll just have to see. Play around with it. Off of the network test, I would say I'm gonna main Duchess or Wilder. But with all the new ones coming and like changes happening, I don't know. Oh yeah, there's the Axe guy. I forgot about that. Yeah, he wasn't in the network test, so I haven't seen his gameplay, but I know he exists. I'll just have to try him right when it comes out. I'll just have to try him and see. I will say though, I love axes, but I don't really like those kind of axes. I like regular, like battle axes, not the oversized anime stuff. That's why I like Claymore for swords, right? I like the normal shit. Oh, more Judah Clock. We got the good shit. Might be able to one-turn this. Maxes will like always one-turn when this happens. But we'll see what Mordred's got here. Like the mine. Whoops. Alright. I like halberds. I don't like them as much as a regular battle axe though. But halberds aren't, you know, those are real. They're not, well, they can be oversized. There's certainly anime halberds. But, yeah, a normal, like, ass halberd is fine. The main thing about halberds is I hate their gameplay in Souls games. They're so, like, cheesy and lame. Like, runaway poke and running attack spam and all that. They're so fucking lame. Same for spears. Love spears. Spears are great, but they're like the lamest gameplay ever in those games. Fuck. No, hero proof. Hell yeah, 100 gold skill gems though. Definitely okay with that. Yeah, when the game first drops, I don't even know what to play first. I'm not sure. Because maybe we try the new characters to show them off. Everyone's gonna play the Weeb though. But I mean, chat will probably want to see it though. I don't know. Recluse is my least favorite. Well, no. I don't think they've shown gameplay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they've shown gameplay of the Spirit Summoner person. But I am not interested in that at all. Look, don't you fucking maddie me, okay? Let me explain. I like Recluse more than most casters in video games, right? I normally, like, have no interest in casters at all, okay? I have some interest in Recluse, right? I actually do kind of enjoy playing them, right? And normally I have no desire to play a caster at all, but they're, you know, they are pretty cool, you know, for a caster, but obviously they're not at the top of my list, right? Like, no shot. A caster will like never be at the top of my list. But yeah, I like them more than most casters. So for coming from me, that's a huge fucking compliment. I do like witches, but that doesn't make ranged, you know, caster gameplay, you know, better. Like, like in Monster Hunter, I'm not gonna play the guns and the great, but like, fuck that. Right, give me a melee weapon and let me go, you know, do good, cool shit. I don't know anything about Iron Eye. I know he's green, so there's that. But yeah, I haven't watched like any of the new stuff, but I don't plan on it. The game's coming out so soon, I don't want to spoil anything. But yeah, I don't know jack shit about him. Okay, Recluse is probably not as low as I was thinking. Let me think. Duchess and Wilder at the top right now. The Axe guy could be, but I don't know jack shit about him. But he's up there just because thematically I like that. But I don't know. I might hate his gameplay. I don't know. He's kind of a mushroom. Let's see. Executor, I did see the gameplay of because, you know, I like Perfect Block, so of course I looked into that. I'm fairly interested in him. He is a weeb though, but yeah, you know, Perfect Blocking is my jam. I like that a lot. So that's up there, and then probably Recluse, then probably Iron Eye, and then probably the Spirit Summoner. I really don't care about that. Ranged can just go fuck off. Because, like, Recluse is ranged, but is actually interesting, so... And witches are cool, so it's fine. Though, Iron Eye is green, so I'll definitely give him a try. I mean, I will try all of them, right? I will obviously try all of them. What's your favorite Risk of Rain item? I don't know about item. My favorite character is Acrid and Railgunner. I really only play those two at this point. I used to play other characters, but now I really only just play those two because I like them so much. I still play Commando from time to time, though. Like, the classic is good. But yeah, Railgunner and Acrid are so much fun. Item, though? I don't know. It just depends on what I'm doing, right? It's everything's so specific. There's certainly, there's definitely a chunk of items that, like, yeah, I like going for those. And I like the synergy. Like, if I'm using Commando, you know, it's nice to have the one that gives you like an extra shotgun shot and then more close range damage, so the shotgun's even better, you know, that kind of stuff, you know, is always nice. Acrid is a lot easier to play than Railgunner, unless you play melee Acrid, then it's like the hardest thing ever. Railgunner is probably my favorite gameplay wise, though. The reload mechanic and everything is super fun. It's just very active, very engaging. It's just very, 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 very fun character. I have not played Risk of Rain since Gearbox took over. Did they ever fix it? Because I know when they took over, it was instantly shit. They instantly fucked it up and they made the game awful. Did they ever fix that? Like, is it good again? Because, like, that was really... Because, man, me and Poi used to play that, like, after he'd get off work and shit at night a lot of the time. We're kind of looking for another game to do that with. But it really sucked that they fucked that game up. Like, what the hell? I don't know if I should have done that attack buff there. We're not doing anything too crazy. Captain is cool. I have played Engineer a good bit, but I don't play him much anymore just because, like, I played him a lot before Railgunner got added. Once they added Railgunner, it's like, okay, it's Railgunner and Acrid now. They're just too much fun. Again, it's not like I don't have fun on the other characters, but I just have so much fun on Railgunner and Acrid. It's like, why play anybody else? Like, I don't get sick of them. They fixed it quite a lot. That's good to hear. Yeah, I don't play Rex much. Never really played the Void guy, the Jekyll and Hyde guy, because Poi played him a lot. And then by that point, Railgunner was in the game, so I wanted for nothing. These hands, man, what the hell? Where's my Mordred stuff? Where's the goods? We'll go Gwen stuff here. Yeah, I mean, I'll play Risk of Rain 2 again. I kind of just want to give it some time, because the longer you go without playing it, the more fresh it's going to feel, and they'll have added more content, right? So there's just a lot of reasons to wait. But I mean, I love it. Love Risk of Rain. I just, you know, I don't know if I love it anymore because of the developer change. We'll see. Wow, she did not like Gwen there. I almost said Gwen. Okay, he should be fucking dead. Surely I can kill without needing the NP. Oh, he has no alternate skills? What the hell? That's odd. Hard to say. Like, Gwen is his character, and now he kind of changes. He's got character development right throughout. Actually, Gwen has the most character development of all the Knights of the Round, and it is not close. Like, from his OG lore in Fate, right, to like Fate Extra and FGO and everything, he by far has the most character development. But like in Garden of Avalon, right, which is set in the olden days, his thing is he's not really a good judge of character. He is fooled by Artoria's like PR, right? Like the kind of fake facade she's putting on. He believes it, right? He has like too much faith in it. That's like what the Vortigern story's about, actually, is how Gwen is so blind to like what's actually going on. So Gwen might be like really loyal to Gwen, right? And like just be, you know, kind of like the Gwen's 4 Knights, you know, that kind of thing. I could totally see that. Now, you know, if he's from the outside, like if he got summoned in right from the outside, he's not part of Gwen's order and all that. He didn't see the Fall of the Dragons and any of that shit. And he just saw the state of things and what's going on, then he'd probably be really against it, right? But, yeah, he is kind of, buys propaganda too much, so. He's not really an airhead. I don't know, he's kind of like, I don't know how to put it. He's kind of an odd character. It's actually very believable, though. There's a lot of people like that. Like, the organization they're a part of, they'll be very biased, too, right? If they're, like, you know, lost in the sauce, if you will, right? In other areas, they might be very critical of things and whatnot, but, like, their leadership, they'll just see as being able to do no wrong and all that kind of stuff, so. Yeah, Bedivere, like, very much knows what's going on, yeah, but he's the most loyal. Sir Kay probably knows Artoria the best. That's kind of his thing, is like he just completely understands Artoria, and he completely knows like she's bullshitting and like putting on this front to try to be this king and all that stuff, and you know, he totally knows what's going on with her. And then Tristan realizes that she is, you know, putting on this like she doesn't understand other people very well, and she's like putting on this like, you know, like overly kingly facade, but he doesn't know what she's like underneath that, like at all. He has no idea. But yeah, it's kind of interesting how they did the different knights and that kind of stuff. And then Mordred's, that's a whole thing. I guess Mordred has a lot of character development too. I'd say Mordred and Gwen have the most. Okay. Where am I at with Mordred Bond? Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'll really be glad when that's done, because 50% Bond will really speed things up. Because most of my characters, I don't care what their Bond is, but when you do want to get someone's Bond CE, or the Grands, right, you want to get your Grand ready, a 50% bonus is pretty damn significant. I really need to get her rider up, because if I ever need to do something Canis related, a lot of times her rider version is better. I'm gonna have to grail her rider version to 100 at some point. But she got the better animations and all that. But her rider version's Bond is dog shit. Yeah, Bond 5, yeah, it's nothing. Really should get Percival Bond too. He's almost Bond 7, that's something. She's really cool. I need to get Bond on her too. Thankfully, most of my standard stuff. Oh god, though, Tesla doesn't have Bond 10. It's because I got him so late into my accounts live. One of the only ones. No. They did not say Tristan didn't mean that. Nope, no, everyone is so wrong about this. He regrets, like, how he handled it, and he, like, you know, went too far with it. But Tristan never said he was wrong, and he's not wrong. And I don't understand why so many people keep trying to, like, play Artoria apologists, right? Because it's just the story, right? Like, they're not... They've, like, tried to downplay it with time because she's so popular, but that is just, it's just what it is in Fate Stay Night, right? That's in Fate Hollow, right? Because it's in Fate Hollow a lot. Artoria, and it doesn't even matter what they say. If she understood people, she wouldn't have been surprised that Lancelot went AWOL, right? And she wouldn't have been surprised that Mordred turned on her, right? If she understood people, she wouldn't have done those things, right? That's the point. It's like she does not, you know, she tries hard, she's trying to do good, and she has this like idealistic version in her head of what a king is supposed to do, right? And she always tries to do that, but she doesn't understand people. Again, she thinks Mordred is going to keep being a loyal knight after the incident, right? She doesn't even entertain the idea that Mordred is going to, you know, take this very badly, and that's, by the way, that's why Artoria puts Mordred in charge, right? Because, like, oh yeah, Mordred's a great knight. No, Mordred will do a great job. This is no problem, right? It's put Mordred in charge, and I'll just leave for a while. And oh my God, why is the kingdom on fire, right? 'Cause no one that understands humans would ever have done that, right? No one would have been like, you know, just crushed Mordred's soul like that, and then leave the country and expect no problems to happen, right? Like, if she suspected Mordred was going to be a problem, she would have made Mordred come with her, right? Shit like that. But no, they just, no, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it, guys. Mordred's great. Because she didn't even think she was being mean to Mordred. That's the thing. She doesn't understand people, right? So that interaction she has with Mordred, she does not think what she is saying is going to be taken negatively by Mordred, right? She just does not get it. That's the point. That is the point of the character. Agravain is a really interesting one. Boy, yeah, he's one of the most interesting ones, I think, actually. The Agravain's definitely the tax collector. Yeah, it's really funny because this is not in the anime, but it's in the book. When Mordred starts her rebellion, she had done all this like prep work, right? She had like shady connections, you know, all this like political bullshit, right? All this like shady stuff she was ready to pull to like get support, and then she didn't need it because all the people were like supporting her anyway. And Mordred is such, especially at that point, you know, after she dies, she gets a lot better. But, you know, Mordred still is like idolizing Artoria. That's what's really fucked up is, right, you know, during the rebellion is Mordred is still idealizing Artoria massively, right? And so Mordred's like, these stupid civilians, I thought I was going to have to do all this dirty stuff, right, to solidify my, like, power here. But they're all willingly joining me and turning on father. What, you know, oh, what fools, right? Like, she doesn't get it. She's like, you know, why would these people have any reason to turn on father, right? That's how Mordred sees it at the time. But when Mordred dies, when Mordred's dying, she actually realizes, that's why I like Mordred, by the way, because she grows a lot. And when Mordred's getting, like, stabbed in the gut and Artoria is still, like, being a bitch, Mordred's like, oh, Artoria totally doesn't understand people at all. She kind of has that moment. Yeah, actually, Mordred's death, they really fuck up in the anime, which is kind of sad because the way, like, what Mordred is, like, thinking when she dies is why she gets to be a heroic spirit. Because a lot of people have been like, why the fuck is Mordred a heroic spirit? It doesn't make any sense. But when she dies, it's why she's able, man, they haven't... Percival didn't get a, he didn't get a Garden of Avalon, so we don't have that. He was talked about, like, a little bit, right? Like, by the other knights here and there, but, and you knew he, like, turned on the Lion King, right? When Artoria summons them all, he doesn't go along with the bullshit, so, you know, good on him. But, we really only have his FGO stuff. They have very little about him. I think they talked about, like fuck. I think they might have like vaguely talked about him in Fate Hollow, but I don't really remember anything. So he does not have a Garden of Avalon entry, so we don't have a lot. We might learn about him in the future. So yeah, I know he's in that new book, but I haven't read any of that. I'm actually very interested in it because it looks pretty grounded, and it has like very normal designs. I like that, but I've been waiting for it to like be done or near done. Because yeah, I love Nordic stuff and all that. So like, I hope to God those books are good, because you know, I like Fate when it is good, right? So I hope so. But yeah, if there's Percival stuff on that, then I just don't know about it because I haven't read it. And Bedivere thinks that Agravain is the #1 contributor to the kingdom not falling apart. And to Bedivere's credit, when Agravain gets the boot, if you will, the kingdom does fall apart. So, not entirely wrong. Which knight do you think would side with Gwyn's actions? Like, if they knew, right? If they knew what's going on. I don't know. It's hard to, because here's, like, when you say no, right? Zert, thank you for the 51, dude. Because there's, like, two versions of no, right? There's the no as in, like, you know what he did, right? But you don't, even the player, you never truly know what is the Age of Dark, right? And like no one knew how bad prolonging the Age of Fire was going to get, right? Like by Dark Souls 3, right? So it's kind of like, you know, what level of awareness are we at here, right? Because if they're at like like, you know, the player, you know, the meta perspective, I'm not sure any of them would. I mean, again, it's hard to say because and I think this is intentional, and honestly, I hope they never change this. I don't think you're supposed to know what the Age of Dark is like. And a lot of people, a lot of fans act like we do know. We don't. It's stupid. The people act like we do, but most of the Age of Dark we see is corrupted, right? By the elongation of the Age of Fire, right? And there's a lot of evidence that the Dark is good, and there's evidence that it's not, right? And they did this on, Miyazaki 100% did this on purpose. Because the Age of Man, right, is supposed to be unknown. That's the whole point, is Gwyn is afraid of the unknown, right? And I'm really glad that they kept this. There's plenty of arguments to be made that the Age of Dark, if it wasn't corrupted, would have actually been quite good, right? And there's evidence that it wouldn't have been. And there's evidence that it was both, which is probably the truth, right? Just like reality, there's good and bad. Right, that's what I think, right? I think there's good aspects to the Age of Dark and there's bad aspects to it. But either way, it's unknown, and right, so even with our knowledge, it's unknown. So if you look at, you know, all the knights and whatnot, the unknown factor makes it very difficult, you know, how much, but if they know, I think most of them, if they know what happens as of Dark Souls 3, right, they know that elongating it and going against the nature, because the truth is it is going against the nature of the world, right? It is like a very corrupt, artificial thing to do. So because of that, I would think almost all of them would not support it. I'm trying to think if anyone would. Like if any of them would support, because it's a pretty fucked up thing, right? I'm afraid of the unknown, so I'm gonna just fuck up everything and make the world incredibly, it's not even corrupt, right? It becomes like, it's kind of like a game franchise keeps doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over. You know, it's stagnant even. Maybe Galahad, but the more we've seen of him, probably not. Like your fear of the unknown has to be so great that you think the fucked up shit that you have with Gwyn is better. I don't think any of the knights would think that. And with the new stuff with Galahad, yeah, I don't think so. So it's the Age of Ubisoft. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think any of them would. I really don't. I don't think any of them would. Like even, I mean, Mordred, definitely not. You know, she may not be like a pillar of morality, but I don't think she'd be about that at all. Yeah, because it has to be someone that would like is very afraid of the unknown and that kind of stuff, right? And that's not really what they're about. So you have to be like super status quo to the point of like foolishness. It degraded. Yeah, it's like it's stagnant and degrades. Yeah, that's very much what like the Age of Fire has turned into. Yeah, it's like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, right? And it's just stretched thin and all that kind of stuff. Well, my phone shut the hell up. It is always like, I had to factory reset my phone because it during the night one time decided to do an update that I never told it to do. It just did it on its own, and it fucked up. It fucked up the update, and the phone got omega corrupted. I had to factory reset it, and now the notification settings are all fucked up, and it makes noise every time anything happens ever, and I hate it. Yeah, I feel like I'm not the only person that's had this problem. Yeah, I think the only people, never mind Knights of the Round, the only people that would really side with Gwyn are people that, you know, buy the bullshit. I tell you what, though, I say that, but there's a lot of real-life people that look at the information available in the game and in the lore videos and all that kind of shit, and they come to the conclusion that continuing the Age of Fire is good. I wouldn't say they're the majority, but there are plenty of players that think that, which I think is fucking insane. And like they'll look at Dark Souls 3 where I can feel it pouring out of the work that Miyazaki is using, like the parallel of the Age of Fire being dragged out with us dragging out Dark Souls because it was popular, right? That is dripping all over Dark Souls 3. That like forcibly keeping something alive that needs to die, right, is bad, right? Like Miyazaki is like begging to, you know, let it go, right? And somehow, with every inch of that game just like oozing with that, people are still like, no, the right thing to do is keep the Age of Fire going. No, guy, all these other endings suck, guys. We gotta keep the Age of... Like, are you kidding me? That's so wild to me. But it's a real thing, so surely there would be other people that would feel that way. So, by the way, I'm pretty in the know when it comes to lore for the Souls games. I really like it. It's one of those franchises I'm like really into, like the theorizing and reading the item descriptions and all that kind of stuff. And by the way, America's a snake. But there's always, since the beginning, there's always people trying to say that the different games are connected, and they're not. Not only are they not, there is not even the slightest bit of evidence that they are. So you'll have all these people making theories, you know, for other things based on item descriptions, interviews from Miyazaki, right? Like the hard, you know, the cutscenes, you know, the hard evidence. Every time they try to act like Elden Ring is connected to Dark Souls or connected to Demon Souls or whatever, it's based on nothing. It's literally based on nothing. It's just based on like symbolism. And yeah, there's loads of symbolism in the game, but none of the story really requires you to just look at symbolism and be like, ah, that's what's going on. Now, you know, they might like say that, I mean, they won't say because of copyright, but you know, it might be like you have universes with it, like they're not in the same universe, but the universes are connected, right? Like it kind of shit, you got that in FGO, right? Because you know, we had Dark Souls and Elden Ring, and that's a what if scenario, right? But Elden Ring might be connected to Dark Souls. Regardless of Night Rain, that's the only connection that makes any sense. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's maybe. And it's the same IP owner, right? So they can canonically do it, right? Where they can't connect Bloodborne and whatnot. And just with how Miyazaki approaches these things, I don't like Bloodborne especially is just not connected to fucking anything. People will see like references and symbolism and act like they're connected. It's just nonsense, absolute nonsense. Elden Ring is connected to the Bloodborne PC port. I know people keep putting like Bloodborne in the Elden Ring game engine, and it's like the best got. What, Dark Souls 2? What about Dark Souls 2? Dark Souls 2 has like no connection to anything really. It's just like a generic cycle, essentially. Honestly, Kingsfield has more. Actually, Kingsfield definitely has more shot at being connected to Dark Souls and stuff, because again, they own the IP, right? FromSoft owns Kingsfield, and yeah, it has Seath in it. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, Seath is in Kingsfield. But yeah, that could easily just, you know, be you know, the referenced kind of stuff. But anyway, FromSoft owns Kingsfield, they own Dark Souls, and they own Elden Ring, right? So those, if they want to make connected, they can, where they couldn't make Bloodborne connected if they wanted to. Yeah, I do love how Armored Core is the same game engine as Elden Ring, so they can super easily port stuff into each other's games. And what's crazy is the Armored Core stuff is made to scale, which is most mecha games don't do that at all. They'll make, like, if you're playing a mech, it's like the main character mech, it's the same size as like a third-person action game character, and they'll make the other objects smaller, right? That's what they do. FromSoft is like, no, just make the mechs the right size, and yeah, just do that. I don't know why. I have no idea why they did that. That's so much more work, but they did. So you can port all the assets from Armored Core into Elden Ring very easily, and they're like trucks, you know, like the trucks and crap, you know, and they're pretty much the correct scale. And so you'll have like an Armored Core just towering over, you know, the Tarnished and whatnot. It's really funny. Just have an Armored Core from AC6 would terrorize every single boss in Elden Ring. They would have no shot. Like, not even close. Like, just a generic bullet from an Armored Core does so much more, like, area damage than the strongest Ashes of War. Like, it's not even close. So, an Armored Core just unloading on, like, Mesmir, I mean, he is dead so fast. Like, that boy is gone. By the way, this is, like, a theory I saw recently, but it is, I think, 1000% correct. We're really going on a FromSoft tangent right now, but, I mean, what else am I doing? I'm farming. But Marika is a fucking snake, by the way. I am so sold on this theory, and the evidence is so fucking overwhelming. One, you've got that Marika, you know, statue where there's a snake skin behind her, and it's like, what the fuck is that? Like, it was shed. And then I never knew this until recently, but Marika's mischief, right? Like that shape-shifting thing, which is, you know, Marika's, you know, Marika uses it, is made out of snake skin, right? And it's like her thing, like she shapeshifts, and it's made out of a fucking snake skin. Mesmir, her hidden son, right, which we know is her son, is a fucking snake, right? And her other hidden sibling, you know, kid, right, daughter, Millennia, whatever the fuck her name is like, you know, seems to be very connected to the Glowmide Queen, right? So what it seems to be is Marika was the Glowmide Queen and a fucking snake. And you've got like that statue, the godskins, right, that you know are like worship the Glowmide Queen. They're snakes, right? Like they got the tail, and the one guy like elongates massively, like Mesmir. He's a fucking snake, and the godskins you can find them worshiping that one statue that's making the same pose as the famous Marika statue, but it's a snake, right? So the Glowmide Queen and Marika are the same person, and she's originally a goddamn snake. And once I learned that, I just started noticing like snake bullshit everywhere related to Marika. It's actually crazy how much snake bullshit there is, and that's why she's like so anti-snake. Ironically, she's trying to hide the fact, like it's like blasphemous, right, to like worship snakes in like the modern time of Elden Ring, and it's because she's trying to hide the fact that she's a fucking snake, and like she was the Glowmide Queen and all this nonsense. That explains so much, like because everyone thought the kid, your waifu bitch, everyone thought she was the Glowmide Queen, and I was like, that just doesn't make sense. I've always felt like that made no sense timeline-wise at all. It was like, made no fucking sense. But the reason she's got the Glowm eye is because she's the daughter, right? So there you go. So like everything makes sense now. But yeah, fucking Marika's a snake. Yeah, that's why the guy is stretchy. Yep, and like, this makes so much goddamn sense. If you look, the skin that the godskins are wearing is one snake-like, but it has aspects of the giants, the fire giants. And the gods, and there's a lot of stuff to suggest this, in the age of like the giants, they were probably referred to as gods. So the god skinning that they're doing is they're helping, you know, Marika, whatever she was known as at the time, but they were helping Marika kill the giants. And you can literally see a giant's head in their skin. So yeah, shit just makes so much more sense now. It's crazy how many things that connected, and like Mesmir being a fucking snake and everything makes super sense now. And yeah, you know, I don't know if Rykard knows, but it definitely has to do with Rykard, right? Like all this like blasphemous stuff from the past that has to do with snakes, right? It's actually Marika, right? It's that meme, you know, it's always been snakes, right? You know, but yeah, I don't know if Rykard knows. He probably doesn't know, funnily enough. And yeah, there's that god skin at the volcano place, and there's a fucking snake statue in there. And if you look, that snake is making the America pose. I've known that for a while, and I was always super confused by that. And now it's like, oh, no, that makes sense. And then you see that the, you know, America's mischief is a fucking snake skin, and it's just like, oh, okay. And like the fucking America statue in the DLC with the snake skin behind it, right? Like, it had been shed, right? She fucking shed and turned into, you know, a more human-like state. Yeah, there's a, here, I'll post it right now. It's really long, but it's like the best like lore video I've seen in Elden Ring in so long. Like this guy really did, at the start it's going kind of slow, and it's like, you know, everything makes sense, but it's like there's not a whole lot like of connections going on. But later in the video, there you go. That I really recommend it. That was such a sick lore video, and it just explains so much shit. And it syncs up with like all the other like major theories that are like are very credible, right? It like syncs up with all of them like pretty perfectly. Yeah, it's a lot. It's worth it though. It goes into a lot of lore. It's pretty neat. Wait, I need my hero proofs. I need that more than anything, really. I can. It's crazy I have so few because I farmed them so much, but I have none of them. Yeah, as far as I can tell with Night Rain, some people are saying it's not lore accurate at all. I don't think that's the case. They even said the lore is canon up until like the Shattering. Then it's different. And so the stuff you learn from like before the Shattering, I'm pretty sure will be accurate. And then all the Dark Souls new stuff, all this like current stuff in Night Rain is like a what if, right? It's like alt universe. But like I think we are going to learn about some stuff from regular Elden Ring because there's been like this talk of these, you know, the Hawk people and all that from the beginning, right? They were like the original Stormveil people. And that's all this Hawk stuff in Night Rain. So it's different shit went down at Stormveil. But I think that like the stuff we're seeing about the Hawk people, I think is canon, at least canon-ish. You know, I think it is. Somehow I got my earbud tangled up in this like circular wire spongy thing. And I don't know how I got it in because I can't get it out. I've accidentally made a puzzle for myself. Okay, there we go. That was fucked. Yeah, no. She is a snake. And she clearly has like the ability to shapeshift, so. But it seems like her original form was a goddamn snake. And there was a video, I think by Hacksaw something. He makes really awesome lore videos too. He had this giant video. It was like the snake iceberg. And this was pretty mind-blowing. And this was a while ago, right? And he didn't touch on the America stuff because I don't think the DLC was out yet. So I don't think he really made a lot of connections there. But he was just showing all this crazy ass like snake, like hidden, very hidden snake symbolism and connections to everything, and like how it goes way back in the lore, like, you know, way before America and stuff. It's the version of America we knew at the time, and it's like a 2-hour or more video of just about the snake iceberg. And now with this America stuff, I'm like, Jesus Christ, there's even more to this snake nonsense. I love FromSoft so much because when you first play through Elden Ring, you don't really catch on to this much snake stuff. It's like, oh yeah, Rykard, yeah, he really likes snakes. That's really all you get. But then you start to realize you've got like snails that are actually snakes, but they're like trying to pretend to be snails. And you have like these ancient warriors in the arena that have a lot of snake symbolism and all. There's just all this, there's so much snake bullshit in that game. And then when the DLC comes out, it really gives us the information we need to piece together that America's a snake, right? So you learn that, like, you know, America's been like making snakes blasphemous and all this stuff. But yeah, with the DLC and Mesmere and all that, you can actually really figure out that America is a goddamn snake. So you know all this like hidden, really hidden snake stuff, but then you realize it's fucking everywhere. So your first playthrough, you see almost no snake stuff, and now that I've learned this stuff, and if I play Elden Ring, I just see snakes shit everywhere, right? It's all snakes. Hey, thank you for the raid, man. I appreciate that. All right, this is not a good hand. This is a lot harder to do when I summon Gwen. Yeah, Gwen, that's the one. Gwen and Gwen, man, it really messes me up. But anyway, the team is a lot weaker this way, but if I get Mordred Buster cards, it's fine. But I find it worth it. I'd rather clear, you know, a turn later, but get that hero proof up. Because I want hero proofs more than pretty much everything else in this game. Like, holy shit. I guess I just like skip this turn. Arthur go Burr. Give me Buster up, Buster up. Art up. Something. Interesting emotes from the Raiders I see here. A Burgist fan I see. I'd imagine you have a Grand Burgist then. Boy, so right now, Grand Burgist, Burger Mom, you know, whatever. Right now, if she's a Grand, it's nothing crazy, right? She's not exactly a farming unit. But I think everyone suspects, yeah, there's going to be a lot more content for Grands later. And probably more like challenge quest-esque content. And I think she'll be very good at that. Especially if you have the Bond 10 and all that. Boy, yeah, if you're not there yet, that's gonna suck because in a little bit, the grand stages are going to take a capsule. Like right now, they don't take a capsule, so you can do them as much as you want. But yeah, if you get to the party late, you can only do 3 stages a day. And I really think they need to change that because that's awful. And that chat, what are you supposed to do when all 7 grands are out, but you show up late to the party, and you can only do 3 grand stages a day, and you need to get the skill trees on all 7 of the like? Are you like that's insane, right? Like they are going to have to address this. That's way too slow. Yeah, they need to just cut the capsule thing. Just cut it. Like get rid of it. No one wants that in their life. A very weird decision. By the way, chat, on my ult account, I've never picked the free 5-star. Because honestly, my ult account doesn't really want for anything. So, because it's an ult, I don't need as many units. And you know, the few units I focus on are that can be picked. You know, Achilles is MP5 already, so I really like that about my accounts, though, because I don't roll a lot. I don't want for many 5-stars. I can get the 5 stars I want to a good NP rank pretty easily. Another Mordred, though. See, on my main, I might do that for the coins, right? But my ult, you know, doesn't have the big boy Mordred, right? They'd be like an NP1 Mordred. I don't know, maybe I do pick Mordred over there just to have like an NP2 or something. Because Mordred's damn good now. Like, very good mix of single target and AoE. Very practical for a lot of different situations, so I like that. Boy, this is like our worst clear ever, though. I should have done Gwen's card. Stuck at 118. Oof. I might 120 Mordred. I mean, Mordred's in my like top 5 favorite Fate characters, so I've been kind of gun shy about 120ing 5 stars, though. And it's nice to focus on the low stars. Like, Billy's probably next, once Mori's done. And I might do Robin Hood or the new girl that I have looked up how to pronounce her name so many times, and I can't remember it. I love it, VC Braun. He's just so bad when you level him. He just keeps getting worse. Well, at least for challenge quest content, he gets worse. 120 would allow him to do a lot of damage, though. I must have misplayed. There's no way this team should not have killed by now, no matter what the RNG is. Like, I must have misclicked or something. There's just no way. There's no way this team takes this long. But yeah, we gotta finish Mori, which I'll finish him when the Grand Berserker's out. That's all I'm waiting on. And then probably Billy 120. Maybe Tesla, though, because Tesla just deserves the lore power. But I don't know, probably Billy. I love Billy. I love my gunslingers. They're both American. It's funny, a lot of people get angry when you say Tesla's American. He is. Like, that's how America works, thanks. That guy was, like, super American, dude. But, yeah, probably Billy. Probably Billy. And then, I mean, I don't know. What do I 120 after that? I don't want to 120 that many characters because it's not a fun thing to do. Yeah, I was saying earlier in the stream that Atalante altar would be a cool Berserker. And then if you're using Asterios, because, you know, you have to bring berserkers. You can't bring a caster to support you. Like, I think Asterios is gonna be sick, dude. You get that big, like, 70% damage up if you give him K-Scope or whatever. But if he's your Grand and you set, like, so okay, your Grand is Asterios, right? Because somebody has to do it. And you got your Bond CE, you get the Quick Up, which everyone makes fun of, but then you summon a Friends Atalante Berserker who is quick, right? And so now you have a free K-Scope for, I know it's like a conspiracy theorist, but I'm like, hear me out. So you get a free K-Scope on Asterios, right? Because he's Grand. So he gets to NP turn 1, right? And he's got his Bond CE, so he's giving you a Quick Up. So you get the giant ass defense down on the boss. You get Quick Up, and his NP animation is nice and short, right? So no big deal. And then Atalante Berserker Grand, right? And she's quick, right? So he's like double buffing her, right? So you get a nice like 85% damage increase from Asterios. Like, fuck yes. And Atalante is an awesome boss killer. She's got, you know, big NP damage and really big crit damage, right? And she gets the Star Absorb, Star Bomb, right? Great. Like, that's gonna be an awesome way to farm. So yeah, like, people make fun of Asterios, but I think he'll be fine if you do something like that. I mean, there's not a lot of Berserkers that are good supports, so there's a few, but I mean, everyone has Asterios. Hell, I kind of want to do that, but I mean, Mori has to be my Grand Berserker. Like, are you kidding me? Sad thing is, though, I don't think Mori is going to be that good of a Grand. Like, his NP's not upgraded. He doesn't have a battery, and he's so team reliant. So, you know, during the farming stage, right, you have to bring Berserkers, right? That's not good for him. That is not good for him at all. He wants Qin Gong or you know, Merlin or, you know, whatever. Taunt Walls, you know, Leonidas, that's the shit he wants. And then down the road, when we probably can use our Grands with other classes, maybe it's better, but like my other Grand classes probably aren't going to be good working with Mori, right? I don't, maybe chat, do I pick Grand Qin Gong because of this? Because right now I'm split between Grand Qin Gong and Grand VC Braun, right? They're my two favorite casters, but because I'm picking Mori, right, that makes Qin Gong make a lot more sense, right? And I love Qin Gong. I love Qin Gong, right? Here's the problem. I think I have 17 Grails. I'm just gonna spoil it. I was trying to keep this under wraps because I talked about it earlier, but I didn't want this information to spread because I'm gonna make a YouTube video, obviously. But I'm 100% doing Grand George. I mean, he is so deserving. Like, holy fuck. So yeah, easy Grand George. Problem is, because, you know, I've never grailed George because I don't really, you know, you kind of need him to die sometimes. That's a lot of grails. And same for Qin Gong. That's a lot of grails. And I only have 17 right now. Now they'll probably give us some, right? Oh, I'm gonna have to play events, aren't I? I have to get the grails from the events. Oh god, I don't wanna. I used to play every event ever for like the first, like, you know, 7-8 years of this game, but now I'm just like, I don't want to do that shit no more. But yeah, I don't think 17 grails is enough. I'm trying to think. Let's see, you need 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. Okay, no, it's 7 grails each, so technically I can do it, but I'll be very low. Grand Blitz, hell yeah, dude. Dude, I used to talk about way back in the day, before AFCO even existed. I was a real Blitz fan, right? I didn't play. I played the old Rainbow Six games. I didn't play Siege much though, but I watched it. And I really like Blitz, and I would like talking with my friends and stuff. We would talk about, you know, like how the Rainbow Six ops would do in like a different game or whatever, right? And Blitz was like the guy. And then, you know, Arc Knights came out, and I was like, man, because Arc Knights it shares a lot of like aesthetics, like tactical gear and stuff, right? Especially early on. You know, me and Cairo were like, yeah, it'd be awesome if they had a Rainbow Six collab, because it'd be cool to see the Rainbow Six people who are, you know, defensive and offensive and all that, kind of like in this game. It'd be cool to see them, you know, show these kids what's up. And they actually did that, right? No one collabs with Rainbow Six ever, and then they actually collabed with Rainbow Six, so. God, though, I miss Rainbow Six when it wasn't owned by Ubisoft. They have really ran that into the ground. You know, early Rainbow Six Siege was great. You know, it's still very tactical, pretty true to its roots, right? But now it's like all the characters are like influencers. And then when you look at when the old Rainbow Six, right? When you had Tom Clancy involved and stuff, it was, you know, way more grounded. Much bigger fan of that. It's okay. I get it's probably Qingong. It's probably Qingong and George, and that means I don't have to keep spamming. I don't have to go hard. I want to get a VC Bron Bond, but I don't have to go hard on it. He doesn't have to be in the front row to get the 20% anymore, right? And that kind of shit. Because Chin's already Bond 10. Yeah, I think Chin. The reason I haven't leveled them already though is because I'm just waiting for the double XP. Because I mean, why not? No, I never played Destiny. It didn't look that good to me. I know Destiny 2 is a lot better, but I think Bungie fell off a cliff, man. Like, I love Halo 1, 2, and 3, and I like Reach a lot too. But like, Halo 3, man, that's... God, I love that game. Like, holy shit. But like, the Horde mode in Reach is awesome. I'm like, hell, I could probably play that right now and have a good time. But yeah, Bungie fell off a cliff, man. And their most... their composer, right, from the Halo days, even though he was the composer, he contributed a lot in terms of like philosophy and stuff to that company for the whole time, like during the Halo 1, 2, and 3 days. And he tried so hard to keep that company on track. Like, 'cause a lot of like different like people came in and kind of like sleeper agented them. Like people from Microsoft, like, you know, got into Bungie and like took over the leadership over time. Even once they left Microsoft. And I think his name's Marty O'Donnell, I think. But that he's their composer, and he makes amazing music. I mean, really great music. Like, can hang with the best of them. But he also really cared about like the integrity of the company and that kind of stuff. And over time, he tried really hard to try to keep Bungie on track. But the leadership over time just got more and more against him, and the original Bungie people got pushed out of their own company, and they fired him. Like, Marty O'Donnell, this like loved by the community, god tier music, iconic music that's great for sales, you know, great integrity, and understood the company from the beginning. They fired him, right? They fucking fired him. I mean, fuck that company, right? Like, Bungie was so awesome back in the day, but it's one of my least favorite companies, honestly. Like, fuck them. They were so lame. Like they just became like they are Bungie's corpse being puppeteered by snakes, right? That's basically what's happening. So I could not have less respect for them, even though back in the day I loved them, right? Bungie was such a great company back in the day, but none of the original people work there anymore. None of the original design philosophy is there anymore. That new game they're making looks so stupid. Like, did they ask like a 14-year-old to like draw character designs for them? Is that where they got those character designs? Like, what the fuck? Like, this looks absolute garbage. Yeah, fuck that noise. I can think of like developer games, you know, because I would say like the new Vandictus game is kind of like an A developer game. You know, it's got a publisher and budget, but it's not like crazy by any means. A lot of those games I like. A lot of indie games I like, but AAA just sucks, man. There's every blue moon. Because like everyone says FromSoft is AAA. They are now, but they weren't. Elden Ring was not AAA. It wasn't. It's crazy to say that, but it's true. Because if you look at the success of their games before that, it's not enough money. And Namco Bandai, they're kind of the budget publisher. Like, when you look at their history, they are not the money bags in the way they handle their game devs. With Elden Ring's success, now they're AAA. Now they've got access to money. Now they're big boys. But Elden Ring was more like AA at best, right? At best. And their other games are not. Like Dark Souls is like, I wouldn't even say A, right? Like, they were pretty tight on the money, and they just didn't have that big corporate structure going on. But you know, FromSoft has been good, and they're the closest thing to AAA I can think of. I guess Armored Core 6 then was AAA. That's probably the I would say Armored Core 6 is the first AAA game that FromSoft made, and it was amazing. And so that's a AAA game that I love. Yep, I did see that Bungie stole artist work. I forgot about that. But that's another reason I mean, they're such a joke company now. And I'm sick of this happening because youngins like only see these companies for the bastardized versions of what they are now, right? The corpse being puppeted. Because like Blizzard used to be awesome. They used to be a great company that made good video games. Bungie used to be awesome that made, you know, these just amazing video games, right? And now they're a joke. They're such a joke. Like, now they're just so dispassionate, corporate, and they're fucking stealing, you know, artists' work, right? Like, great job, guys. And they've done it multiple times. It's not a one-time thing that they're trying to act like, oh, it's just a mistake. And no, they've done this multiple times. Yeah, so when I first saw the trailer for Marathon, I didn't know it was made by Bungie. I was just seeing a trailer. I didn't know what it was, and I was just like, this looks horrible. I was just like, this looks so ugly and lame. Like, this is just more modern AAA schlock. And then I saw it was Bungie, and I'm like, oh, great. And then I saw that they were stealing assets, and I'm just like, why would anyone care about this company? I mean, it's just an absolute travesty. Warcraft 3 is so peak. It's so peak. My favorite fantasy setting. Because I love Elden Ring, but it's not really classical fantasy, right? It's it's FromSoft fantasy, if that makes sense. But for like real classical fantasy, Warcraft 3 is my favorite. I am in the camp that Arthas did nothing wrong. I'm in that camp too. It's a very unpopular opinion, but it's true, because by the time Arthas starts doing bad things, that's because of the sword, right? So everything before the sword is fine. He's got a bit of an attitude, but yeah, once he gets the sword, then he does a lot of wrong stuff, like killing the mercenaries and all that. That's not good, but that's after the sword, so. All right, no Mordred Buster card yet again. I think we just kind of skip the turn, honestly. It's not worth the time. Are they? Mango? I don't even know. I didn't hear about that, but Mordred's cards are all in the third hand. It happened. Wayne probably crits harder than his NP. I'm not sure, to be honest, with this setup. So I'm I'm so proud to say this, because a lot of people say what I'm saying now because of Wrath Classic, but like they had rose-tinted goggles. I've always said Wrath of the Lich King was not a very good expansion, and it was the start of retail, the retail philosophy. And as of Wrath Classic, a lot of people realize that and agree with me now. But no one said that back in the day. But I've always said that. But the Wrath of the Lich King cinematic is godly. It is so godly. I can't. It's so old now, and the fact that it has held up to the test of time so well is pretty incredible. But the music, the aesthetic, the actual graphics of it is just so good, just incredible. But yeah, that's a dead as fuck company. The only good thing they have is maybe Classic, but you know, that's not really going anywhere right now. One of these days, do I need to be more of a reaction streamer now? Now that I'm not like a professional and I don't have to care about FCO all the time, do I need to do more like just random shit? Like I haven't decided. I do want to play more games, but I really only want to play games when like they actually interest me. And there are games coming up that interest me, like Elden Ring Night Rain and Vandictus and all that. But like, you know, when there's a new Vandictus trailer, you know, we could stream it, you know, first before I, you know, watch it on my own. What I really need is I need an editor that curates things and makes a giant ass playlist of like, yeah, watch this shit on stream when you need a minute or whatever. You know, that's a good thing to have. I need so many more hero proofs in that game. Come on. There's a lot of the random games are really tough though, because one, I'm incredibly picky because I have this rare thing called standards, and you know, then I always have to worry about like if I stream it on my PC, I have to encode it and stream it, right? And like, can I handle that? And I have to figure it out, and then I wait. If I can't, then I wasted money, and you know, it's just like, it's just a hassle. And again, I don't do this professionally anymore. I'm so glad about that. I'm glad I did do it professionally for a while, and I made some decent money doing it, and it was a fun experience to have that I have under like my belt for the rest of my life, and that's nice. But fuck it. Fuck it. God. I remember when I had 600 viewers and I was like, this is miserable. And that's just 600 viewers, right? You know, when you get to like 1,000, 2,000, God help you, 10,000 or more. No. Like 600 caused enough drama and like, and then people, you know, people start talking about you on Twitter and shit. No. Nope. And if you've got 1,000 viewers, people are going to be talking about you on Twitter every day. This every day, right? No, nope. You don't need that in your life. And even like my generic, you know, just generic ass streams would have like 200, 250 viewers if, you know, like, there was even kind of an update going on in FGO. And, you know, it's cool to meet people. It really is cool to meet people, but you just get so many ass clowns and it's not worth dealing with. It really isn't. You know, some people, you know, they want the accomplishment, I guess, or they want the pride of it. You know, and if that's your jam, that's your jam. But I just like doing my thing, so yeah. When I watch big streamers, I'm like, and they're working like, you know, 60 hours a week sometimes and shit like that. It's just, yikes. No, thank you. Why are these opening hands so consistently bad? I don't even know what to do here. I guess you just rainbow chain. Yeah, I like comfy streams, and I find that when I watch Twitch, which I do a decent amount, I normally will seek out that kind of, you know, medium, you know, size stream. Even, I don't know if medium is the right word. You know, I look for like 100 viewers, right? You know, that's kind of what I'm looking for. The biggest streamer I will watch consistently is Ouroboros, and you know he ranges from like 300 viewers to 1,000, sometimes 2,000, 3,000. Depends what he's doing. Like if he's playing whatever the fuck, it'll be like, you know, 300, 400, 500. If he's playing anything FromSoft related, then it's like 1,000 plus, right? New FromSoft game, then several thousand, right? So he can get pretty big. But I like his stream, so I think he's such a good streamer, right? That I'll put up with the chat being big, right? I'll like deal with it. That's best streamer, so I could try that Gundam. I should stream more Gundam stuff. I need to attract more Gundam fans. I need in my pocket like 30 people in my community that are Gundam fans. I need that in my life. The whole reason that hasn't happened is because these motherfuckers won't make good Gundam video games. Like, that sounds like shifting the burden, but I think every Gundam fan will agree with me, right? They just don't make good Gundam games, right? These fucking clowns. Like, if we could just get it's like they have all this money, and like it's such an there are some franchises that are like made for video games, right? And Gundam is 1,000% one of those franchises. You are being handed video game gold on a platter, and they find a way to fuck it up. Dumbest shit ever. I honestly hate anime watch-alongs, and it's not because of the experience of watching the anime with chat. It is the semantics of it. I cannot stand the semantics of it, and so I just don't want to deal with it. And yeah, you have to do it on Discord, obviously, or your ass is getting banned, so. Mecha Break is a good Gundam game. It's certainly better than any Gundam game out there, I'll tell you that. Why doesn't Bamco hire them to make them a Gundam game, right? Like, Jesus. Also, they really should get, because Bamco and FromSoft have a very good relationship with each other. They always have. There's clearly like, because Bamco as a company as a whole is kind of meh. But the thing about, a lot of people miss this about Bamco, and some other publishers too, but I think Bamco is like this to the most extreme. Like, EA and Ubisoft, they're really not like this. They're kind of just all shit. But Namco Bandai is huge, right? And they do a lot more than video games. And they're so big that there are pockets of that company that are actually awesome, right? And from what I have seen, FromSoft works with that pocket, right? That's why FromSoft always gets to do whatever they want. And Namco Bandai like doesn't muscle them in any way at all, and like they just do it, you know, they have a good relationship, right? So the people at Namco Bandai that work with FromSoft is obviously like very okay with working with, and so and FromSoft is like Miyazaki has said this, that his boys, right, the lads, their favorite thing is mechs, and he said over the years they were bugging him to make more Armored Core all of the time. I mean, just all of the time. Like, mecha is like their blood. And so they have this great relationship with Namco Bandai, and they love mechs. Namco Bandai owns the rights to Gundam video games, right? So, hello. Now, FromSoft actually did make one Gundam video game a very long time ago. It was before Dark Souls, and it's good. It's actually one of the better Gundam video games. But obviously, after Armored Core 6, they really should get FromSoft to make another Gundam game for them. And maybe they are, right? Obviously, Armored Core 6 put mechs back on the map, right? That's why Mecha Break is getting made, and a lot of other stuff. So Armored Core 6 was a big thing. So maybe that'll get Namco Bandai to be like, hey, let's try this Gundam thing again. Because they could have a real runaway hit, I think, if they did it right. Oh, yeah, that's right. They did the other Century games. I forgot about that. That has Gundam in them. Yep, and those are good, too. Yeah, the only really good Gundam games are made by FromSoft. There is Battle Op 2. I do think Battle Op 2 is a good game. It's just the networking is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, and that ruins the game entirely. But the actual combat and everything, when the game works properly, is good. But that game does not work properly ever, so it's terrible. So I don't play it. I love it. When I'm in a match and everything working fine, I have so much fun playing Gundam Battle Op 2. But it is an incredibly difficult thing to do what I just said. So I never play it. We finally find a Grand Okita, which I've been wanting to test, and he does not have the Bond CE, and he's in P1. God damn it, Pan. We find another Okita. These are the first two Okitas I've seen in a very long time, and is also in P1. Does have the Bond CE, but, shit, come on. What's a good way to get into Gundam? Tell me your, like, favorite anime. That's, because there's, accurate. There's a lot of different ways into Gundam. There's definitely some wrong answers no matter what, but, like, your taste matters a lot. Like, because Gundam is very diverse, with different creators and stuff, so, yeah, if you can tell me, like, what anime you like, then if I get a good picture of what you like, I can absolutely, I know Gundam so fucking well, and I think I'm an incredibly objective person. I'm very good at setting my bias aside, so I think I can absolutely find the right Gundam show to get pretty much anybody into it. But yeah, just hit me with like the stuff you like, and maybe like some things you don't like certain like genres or that kind of thing. That's a hell of a thing. We got the I could probably make that work. Chat was asking about this one. My favorite anime is Evangelion. I'm gonna need more than one, right? Because you kind of need to see like the format, right? Like, do you normally like whimsical stuff? Do you like grounded stuff? Do you like shonen? Do you not like shonen? Right? That kind of stuff is really big. Poi, don't. Someone's gonna believe you, Poi. Someone's gonna see one of these like ridiculous comments that you make, and then someone is gonna say you're gonna say good, right? Like that's what Poi's gonna do. Like that's the kind of guy Poi's like. Yeah, he doesn't care if they get like a bad impression of Gundam. He's like, if they got this like ridiculous experience, he's like, yes, good. Sacrifices are necessary. All right, what can we get done here? Chaotic evil Poi, absolutely. Yeah, that is incredibly accurate. I'm waiting on Warehouse to give me some info here. Bakano, Black Lagoon, okay. Man after my own heart on that one. Yeah, I love those two. So, I like the occasional shonen. So a lot of people like that are dumb would see that you say that you like Evangelion, and they would say the new Gundam that's airing right now, but I don't fucking think so, because although it has like the same artist as Evangelion, that show has absolutely nothing in common structurally with Evangelion. And I got, you know, I would probably say Iron-Blooded Orphans if you can get through the fact that the main character is like 13. And they try to act like he's badass. That part, not so good. I think you would really like Iron-Blooded Orphans Season 2, but you'd have to make it there. But if you did, I do think you would enjoy it. If you couldn't handle that, don't like Isekai and Slice of Life, okay, yeah, yeah, you don't like the shallow shit. Yeah, I definitely get that. Am I correct? You don't like the shallow stuff, right? You want some depth. So I would say Iron-Blooded Orphans or... Well, you could... Yeah, I would say Iron-Blooded Orphans or 00, Gundam 00, or War in the Pocket. I would say one of those. I could get Poi's opinion on this, but I would say one of those three. Because War in the Pocket is very, like, it's shorter. It's a much shorter, but it's still a slow burn. It's an incredibly slow burn, even though it's a short anime. But there's a new Iron-Blooded Orphan show, but it's a spin-off. I think Sunrise Forgot. I believe it. But yeah, I would say you'll have a hard time with Iron-Blooded Orphans at the start, but if you do muscle through it, I suspect that you will like it a lot. You'd probably be okay with 00, but it won't blow your mind. But if you watch 00 Season 1, I think you would like it. And then Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket, I think you would like. And then that's a very good entry point. All three of those are good entry points, though. Like, so... That's what I would say objectively. Subjectively, I do think Iron-Blooded Orphans is the best. And to give it, like, some kudos to, like, maybe help you get through the slog of the main character at the beginning. Subjectively, I kind of hate Iron-Blooded Orphans because I hate kids, main characters, and then trying to act like they're badass. I hate that shit. I hate it. And I still think it's, like, the best Gundam. Because the second season is so good. It's so good. Like, just... If you can make it, you will probably enjoy it. But yeah, I would recommend that one. And then after that, you can kind of go from there. 8th MS team is very good. If you want to get into UC, I always say 0080 and 8th MS team. That's where you start if you have taste. But I wouldn't recommend that like this second. Yeah, I think Iron-Blooded Orphans, if you can kind of get through the silliness at the beginning, and, you know, the story is decently compelling at the beginning and all that. It's just LOL, kids are badass, am I right? You have that. All right, let's see what he can do. I have a very good track record with this. I had a friend that, well, more like an acquaintance, but they were kind of between acquaintance and friends. But anyway, their favorite anime was, it's called like Moshi or something like that, and it's like, it's very episodic, kind of like life, introspective stuff. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like Moshi, I can't remember, but it's like some guy with like white hair, you know, and it's very, you know, I figured you would like it, from what you said, but because that was their favorite, I was like, 0080, and they did like it. Yeah, like if you like that anime, the 0080 is where to start with Gundam. I think 100%. If it's like your favorite anyway. Like for you, I'd probably say Iron-Blooded still, but yeah, I have a very good track record with this shit. I want to ask, is Iron-Blooded Orphans that good to ignore the child cast? Yes. I don't say that a lot. Like, you guys know, anyone that's a regular viewer of mine knows how much I don't like, you know, anime and games and shit, trying to act like, you know, the 10-year-old can keep up with the adults and all that. Like, but for me, it was definitely worth the second season anyway. I would say the first season is not, like, really. And this is my experience with Iron-Blooded Orphans. When it first came out, I could not get over the youngins, right? The adults just don't understand. I couldn't get through it, and I dropped it on like episode 3. and I never looked back. And then just way later, I don't even know why. I was bored. I don't even know. I just randomly decided to give it a shot again. And I really liked the second season. I wish I could. There's something about the second season that some people are not going to like, and it's very hard for me to probe people, because if I say why I like it, it will spoil the living shit out of it, right? So that Iron Blooded is always kind of risky, right? When I recommend it, it's the riskiest one. If I'm ever like wrong, it's going to be Iron Blood, because there's some pretty specific reasons in terms of like the way it's formatted and why I like the second season so much. But I think the Abandoned Warehouse will like it. We'll see. I don't know. It is definitely risky. If I wanted to be safe, I would say 0080 for Abandoned Warehouse now, because he said he liked that other anime, so that would be my safe pick now. But we'll see it. Because Poi is apparently not in the camp of it's worth it, so. Well, Poi, how do you feel about this though? Because Poi and I are like, you know, we really like mechs, right? So like Poi can enjoy Iron Blood even with the stupid kid stuff, because he can kind of just skim through it and enjoy the mechs, right? Like the fight scene, right? So to like Poi, I don't think like Poi regrets watching it, right? Because he's gonna watch Gundam anyway, even when it's a dumpster fire, right? So like, but I think Poi is also intelligent enough to know that if you're not like that, it's gonna hurt it, right? But I think there is a good chunk of people that will like Iron Blood, even if they're not, that into mechs, so. Fuck, I'm watching G-Duck right now. Dude, I have not watched a lot of it. I can't, man. It's like, again, kids are badass, and now the kids are murdering people, and for some reason no one's calling them on it, and it's really fucked up. I don't get it, and it's way too colorful, and I don't like. Look, I'm curious. Actually, I want Abandoned Warehouse's opinion on this. So, and I'm not. Never mind the artistic stuff in Evangelion, right? Purely the mechs, right? Just the mech designs. I don't like them at all. Not even a little bit, right? I not a fan. And then so this Gundam, it's got very Evangelion designs, and holy shit, I don't like it. It's probably my least favorite mech designs on average. Like Dom still looked good, right? Because they have like their version of Zaku and Dom and all that. But the Dom looked fine, but everything else sucks. Yeah, I'm so interested in the Abandoned Warehouse opinion. Yeah, but by all means, throughout our various streams, keep us posted. Or you can message me on Discord if you want to. You never feel shy about messaging me on Discord, right? Sometimes it might take me a minute to get back to you if I'm like doing a lot of real life stuff or whatever, but I'm not one of those like elitist people that I literally, you can just like start shooting this shit about video games or whatever. Fine with me. I'm a very social person. They're really just weird, but I think it worked. I will say, because of what Evangelion is, the mech designs work about as well as they could, right? I think if there's ever a show to use those kind of mech designs in, that's the one. It's kind of the point. But oh my god, everything else with that art design and that mech like philosophy, oh god, absolutely not. Chat, who here has watched me for a long time? Like a long time, right? Like maybe 5 years plus. And has not watched Gundam and has learned more about Gundam than they ever thought they would. Because I talk about it, a decent amount, so. I'm sure there's someone that's one of my regulars that still has not. There we go. Must be very odd. Must be very odd. Now, if we just had some good video games. Okay, Max got a lot of cards, so maximum Mordred, if you will. Max might hate that, but I love that so much that Max has the strongest Mordred physically possible. Like, you at best you can be tied, right? There's no way to be stronger. So it's just, you know, the name's Max, right? And you have Max Mordred, right? It's just great. Big fan. And Max is just sitting there like, shut the fuck up. That's lost every day. That's just lost every day. Followage. Did I? Okay, I think I cast everything. It wasn't really. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I want that quick card to crit. All right. Gundam info has been entirely through here. I can't even imagine what like picture you have in your head about this. I can't even imagine. I wish Gundam was in a better state. It has not been ran very well in this last decade or so. It's not the worst thing. It's not ran as bad as like Star Wars or something, but they've definitely been struggling. They keep being like really gimmicky instead of just making good shit. That's definitely been a problem. What I missed? What about Beastly? I couldn't find the message there. Beastly's awesome, dude. I love when Beastly just streams some random ass video game from like 30 years ago. It's great. Oh God, Sonic fans. That's yeah, I definitely have sympathy for them. That's a tough time. We're getting there. We're getting there. Take that 2 SQ. Oh God. Lost is probably so happy about that. I watched IBO before watching you, but only watched one more Gundam since. Which one? Which from Mercury? I am so sorry. I mean, maybe, yeah, it's actually pretty popular, so maybe you're in the camp that likes it, but oh boy, I do not think, even if people like the subjective aspects of it, I think I would hope people could see the objective problems with like the pacing and stuff. Oh my God, season 2, they're just like, what is pacing? Like, what is pacing? Let's just ram through this in 5 seconds. Yeah, that was messed up. Chat, there's been a few things about streaming that have been like, you know, I've really appreciated and been really glad happened. And one of those, this is mecha adjacent, is, you know, I made my YouTube videos before streaming, and back then Armored Core was, you know, pretty unknown. So a lot of people, especially when like NeroFest blew up and my channel got a lot bigger, a lot of people had no idea what Armored Core music was. Were like, holy fuck, this is great. Right? Loads of people. That was nice. And all these years later, right? Because this was obviously in the period of Armored Core not making anything, right? Because FromSoft was really busy with all the Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all that stuff. So no Armored Core forever. And then finally, Armored Core comes back after all these years of people seeing the music and liking it, and me talking about it on stream, and it's being like my favorite thing ever to exist. You know, Armored Core 6 after all this time comes out, and I'm like concerned it's gonna suck, because if Armored Core comes back and it sucks, it's the worst. But it comes back and it's amazing, right? Like, God, the aced it. And I was so happy about that. Knocked it out of the park. And lots of people like that I know, right, that have never played Armored Core, got into Armored Core because of it. And so a lot of these people also knew through like my YouTube and stuff, right, from using the music and all that. And that was such a satisfying experience, right? Like this like arc there with seeing all these people like appreciate the music but not play the games, and finally play the games, and like the game was great, right? They didn't drop, they didn't like fuck it up. It was so good, dude. This music with this beat, dude. This song's so good. Like, it's the best. God, I'm so glad Armored Core didn't fuck it up. And now it's should be back to stay, it seems like. We survived Armored Core 6. Yeah, I'll see people say stuff like, you know, born too soon to explore space, born too late to explore Earth, you know, and they're sad. And I'm like, but just born just in time to appreciate Armored Core, though. Dude, Frequency makes the best music, man. Just incredible. They're definitely gonna do something with Armored Core. They already said that they were. Like, the main thing is because they were very unsure, and I'm pretty sure they've said that they were super unsure about Armored Core coming back because they've become so famous for Dark Souls, right? And it's so different. They were pretty nervous, and they weren't like betting on it being a success. So they didn't have anything in pre-production, nothing, right? They were just like, this is Armored Core 6, see what happens. And thankfully it did really well, so now they're like, okay, we can do more mech stuff. So, yeah, we'll have to give them a while to cook. And they've said that Dustbloods and Elden Ring Night Rain are not the next, like, entry in the, you know, kind of Souls legacy, right? They said they are working on something like that, but those aren't like the big, you know, the Elden Ring 2 or Dark Souls 4 or Dragon Souls or, you know, whatever. So there's something else cooking as well. So they got a lot on their plate. Kingsfield 5. So basically, I want your serious opinion, right? So when Armored Core came back, I was hype as fuck, but when I kind of thought about if Armored Core had come back, they might reboot, right, and just name it Armored Core again, or whatever, or, you know, Armored Core blah 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 blah. Because honestly, from a marketing standpoint, it's kind of bold to, you know, be like, yep, Armored Core 6, none of you fucks played 1 through 5, but you're gonna play this anyway, right? Most devs won't do that. They won't. And they did with Armored Core, which was, you know, that was quite ballsy. But what do you think they would do with Kingsfield? The Kingsfield. But what do you think, seriously though? Do you think they would, you know, put a number on it? Like, what do you think they would do? I mean, I will say FromSoft historically does have balls, so, you know, they might be like, fuck it, we're putting a number on it, but, Queensfield, I don't think they would ever go back. Yeah, I know, I did kind of feel that way too, but if they did, it would not be numbered. Because they never released one here. Oh god, that's right. Oh god, that franchise is fucked up. Yeah, I unfortunately, I don't think they're going to go back either. Now, they might do a first-person game again, though. You know, I've talked about how I don't really want them to do that because I just don't see the point, but I think they might. I could definitely see it happening. Yeah, that series is a very strange thing. I do wonder what they're doing next, though. I kind of wonder because Miyazaki said Elden Ring was designed to have franchise potential because Dark Souls wasn't, and he didn't like how they, you know, had to make Dark Souls 2 and 3, right? He was not big on that. And Elden Ring, though, he said they made in mind with like the potential to do more with it, right? But I wonder if Miyazaki, although he is totally happy for more Elden Ring, is like, okay, let's let the boys deal with that, because he's been kind of like trying to get his other, you know, devs to, you know, make their own games, right? And he's been kind of encouraging that. And so I wonder if he's going to just give them Elden Ring, right? Be like, okay, we built this nice foundation, have at it. I'm going to go make God knows what, right? Because he definitely seems to like creating things, you know, brand new, right? You've got Sekiro and Bloodborne, and he only wanted Dark Souls 1, right? So I do wonder if he's working on like Banana Souls or whatever, and then Elden Ring is just going to be, you know, God knows what. I really, really hope it's not an exclusive. And we know, well, we don't know, but it seems like Nintendo doesn't own the IP. So they can put it elsewhere. So maybe, I'm hoping it's either, you know, just timed exclusive or it's not exclusive at all, and it's just they haven't told us yet, because that's happened before. Because I love PvP in Souls games, love it to death, and I don't like Dustblood's aesthetic very much, but I'd be totally down to play some, you know, a dedicated PvP game and see what it's like. But I don't want to buy a Switch 2. Are you kidding me? Like, fuck that. I'm never gonna play it for anything other than that, and I historically don't buy consoles for just one game, so. Are they just not? Dude, I wonder how much Nintendo paid them for this. Like, god damn it, man. I don't want Sekiro 2 at all. And it's has nothing to do with the gameplay. The gameplay's fine. I just don't give a fuck about, like, having no character creation, and then and that's okay if I like the characters you put in there, but, like, you have to play a weeb that I don't really care about. I have to use a katana, which I don't care about. Like, give me the combat and just put it in something else, right? Like, just do a spiritual successor, but then I want to have a knight, thank you, and use a axe, not be a samurai or what have you, and use a katana. Like, no fucking thank you. Get that shit out of here. And look, I love perfect block mechanics, which is basically what Sekiro is, right? I, like, in Vandictus way back in the day, that the perfect block character was my favorite character, although I really like Karak and Lon as well, but really big on perfect block mechanics. I always really enjoy that. So Sekiro, you know, gameplay wise is my jam, but I hate everything else about it. So I don't know about it, hate's way too strong of a word, but I don't care for everything else about it. Look, chat, this will articulate, I think, pretty well how strong this goes. So, Neo, the franchise, is very weeb. But Neo 1 let you, you know, transmog your gear to look like whatever you want. And they had one armor set in that game that you got at the beginning of the game, which was a big part of this. They gave you one armor set at the beginning of the game that was just like medieval knight armor. And you could just use that for the entire game. And I did. And that was enough to get me to play the game. Neo 2, which I have heard, although I played it a little bit recently and I kind of disagree, but Neo 2 is all weeb. No, not a single armor set in that game is not weeb. It is super, everything about that game is super weeb, and I don't play it. You know, I played Neo T one time for like 10 minutes and I was like, whatever. And I don't get into it. And I will say this, there are a few exceptions, but I cannot think of a video game that has met this criteria. The more like realistic samurai armor with like the mask and all that shit, the more brutal looking armor, that I like. And even if you want to get kind of anime with it, that's fine. It just needs to be based on that. Like Shambata, right, in FGO here, the game we're actually playing, for God's sakes. So Shambata's design, I like a lot. Like a lot. That's awesome. So if you give me that in a video game, I'm fine. No problem. But they don't. They never give you that in a video game, right? I think For Honor did, and I didn't mind, I guess, the samurai in that. But yeah, other than that, they're always, I guess, more romanticized or whatever. I don't know what, but yeah, I don't like it. So again, I'm not mad at it. I don't hate Japan or anything, nothing like that. It's just, it's not my flavor. And as such, with Elden Ring coming out, right, Night Rain, I love Perfect Block, and the Perfect Block character is the Katana weeb, and I'm just like, really? Like, really? You're gonna, and I swear they're doing it because Sekiro, right? Because Sekiro, the Perfect Block system is on a weeb, so in Elden Ring, they're like, oh yeah, I'll give it to a weeb again, right? And I'm just like, you motherfuckers, man. And like in regular Elden Ring, you can get the perfect block mechanic, but you know, only 3 minutes at a time with the stupid flask, and it's super late in the game, and it's like, fuck you, like, it's so lame, dude. I hate that about the regular Elden Ring, dude. Like, I love perfect block mechanic. Like, yep, you gotta go way deep into the game, and then you only get it 3 minutes at a time. Like, like, why? Ghost armors? What example? Yeah, thankfully, the Tarnished Edition is not, that's not Switch exclusive. Although, oh, Ghost of Tsushima. One thing I don't know if it's known is if Elden Ring Tarnished Edition is a timed exclusive, because Bamco already said, they directly confirmed that the content from the Tarnished Edition will come to PC and PlayStation and all that. But I don't know if these said day one. I hope it does. That'd be really dumb if it didn't. But, because, you know, they're adding some cool shit, so, you know, I want to play around with the new stuff. A new starting classes is wild, because that's going to, like, the starting classes affect the PvP meta, right? Because the stat distribution matters in PvP, because you can't level as much as you want. So those starting classes could actually, like, change what's optimal, so that's kind of insane. Okay, I really should be summoning my Gwaine, because why does no one slot the hero proof thing? Like, surely other people want hero proofs. Like, you need so many of these damn things. So the first Berserker Kazan bugs me to no end. Now, it might be a good game, but so that game was if you look up Project BBQ, right? Maybe look up Nexon Project BBQ if you want to, you know, make sure you get it. That's what it was going to be. And it was basically Vandictus, which old school Vandictus, and I love old school Vandictus. And it was a lot like the first Berserker Kazan now, except you could play as other characters. And it was a more like linear, you know, thing, you know, more Vandictus style. And then Elden Ring came out, and I'm serious. Multiple developers have confirmed this that work there. Nexon, like the publisher, told them that scrap this Project BBQ you're working on. You need to make this game that you're working on more like Elden Ring. And that's the first Berserker Kazan. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Right? Like, now thankfully then Vandictus was like, hold my beer, we'll just make Vandictus again. So, you know, hopefully that'll work out. But yeah, that bugged me to no end. I absolutely hated that. I don't want companies to really be rewarded for that kind of attitude, because that's a very common video game attitude. Call of Duty blows up and all the publishers tell their devs to go make Call of Duty clones. That's just stupid. Like, don't do that. It's dumb as hell. And yeah, there's no character customization, blah blah blah. But I think it has cool armor. I'm not sure, but I think it has cool armor, so it doesn't matter too much. I think it has like a lot of different weapons for like different playstyle. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you just have to play the Berserker dude, Berserker John, no matter what. And then, but yeah, I think you do get some degree of character customization. I haven't looked into it a whole lot because I was just like, what the fuck ever. But yeah, I watched Ouroboros play it a little bit one time. I watched it. He was like stuck on a boss for a little while, and I watched that for a bit, and it looked all right. I didn't see enough of it to like have a good grasp of, you know, what it's about. I'll probably play it when it's like on sale, right? I have to really like a game to want to buy it at full price. That's just how I am. Cause like, mainly because, you know, especially these days, I go out a lot. I try to, you know, touch grass. And then when I do play video games, there's so many my backlog is insane. I mean, it's insane. I can't keep up with it. And there's old games I love to death, right? I can play Armored Core 6 and love it. I can go PvP in Elden Ring or, you know, whatever. I'm not wanting for more video games, right? So I never see the need to get shit day one unless I'm like really into it, right? And then if I'm like, look at Plants vs Zombies. I played that like, you know, 15 years after the fact or whatever, and I had an amazing experience, right? And that's fine. Like, I can have the experience later and enjoy it. So also, especially now that I'm not a professional streamer, I don't have to worry about hype and like trying to get in viewers. So I enjoy games more when like the hype's died down, right? So I don't have to deal with backseating as much and you know, people like going to the stream just because it's popular and blah blah blah. You know, that's annoying. It's nice to play things after the fact. I should play Sifu. I don't even know why I haven't. I just keep forgetting. That really is something. I don't even have it wish listed on Steam, so I don't know when it goes on sale. So I'm fucking that one up because it's probably been 90% off and I just missed it. Because yeah, that's something I should definitely try. I'm so not paying attention. I keep like being worried that I'm not clicking the buttons. Dude, I am like Epic's launcher. I'm so sick of it. I have enough launchers, thank you, and I hate the way Epic is like. There is no logical reason why we should try to muscle into this space. That the market doesn't need. Like, no one asked, right? They're just. It's not like things like Amazon, for example, Amazon.com, right? People don't want multiple platforms like that. It's not like typical competition, right? Because it's a distributor of other things that those things are competing, right? So you need competition between like Elden Ring and, you know, Bob Simulator or whatever, right? Because that's what, you know, makes things better and keeps prices, you know, reasonable and that kind of shit. But the distributor platform for a digital product doesn't matter at all, right? It is solely bad for the consumer to have multiple platforms like that, right? Especially when, you know, Steam, you know, Gabe Newell is goated, right? So they're just being annoying, right? They're just being annoying, and they know they can't compete legitimately. They cannot compete with Steam. So they try to compete with Steam by just trying to, you know, get people used to using their platform by giving out literally free games, right? They just give out a bunch of free games, and I guess that part's good for gamers. But like the platform is not. There's nothing about the Epic Store is good. No one is like, yeah, you know what? This Steam sucks. We need a different platform. No one said that ever. And they do so much like dumb shit like behind the scenes. I'm not a fan. I'm so not a fan. Every time it's like, oh, it's free on Epic, I'm just like, fuck off. Like I'm not falling for that shit of theirs. Like offer an like, because here's the thing. Steam is good to have, right? People get Steam not because a certain game is on Steam, right? Nobody wants Epic, right? They want the game that's on Epic. They don't want the service. They're kind of the equivalent. They're the PC equivalent of console exclusives. Right, that's Epic. And yeah, they don't what Lost said is very accurate. I've seen that a lot, and it's interesting because Lost, you know, is an engineer, which normally would be on the side of the developer satisfaction, but Lost is also smart, so he understands, you know, when you're making a product, the market you're trying to give the product to is actually the most important aspect. It's crazy how many people in business don't understand that. And like, then you have customers that misunderstand that though, and they think the customer's always right, and they can just like lie and like go into a store and get free shit. No, that's not how that means. The customer's always right is not a case-by-case basis at all. The customer's always right is like a general terminology of the market is right. The individual's a moron, right? If you have some asshole customer running on your store screaming and pooping on the floor, you don't have to care about them at all, right? The customer is right. It really is funny because customers truly don't know what that saying means. The purpose of that saying has nothing to do with you as a customer. That saying means, you know, like the market at large dictates what you should be doing, right? If like with video games, I guess here's a really good example, right? Obviously, the video games at large, the market, you know, wants attractive characters. What a surprise that like all the commercials on TV always used attractive people. I wonder why, right? It's like basic marketing, right? So then you have all these games trying to, you know, put out all, you know, their therapy, right? They're using their video game as their therapy to like give validity to their worldview or whatever, and not going with what the market wants, right? And it doesn't work. Obviously it doesn't work. They crash and burn like a motherfucker, right? Because the customer's right, and you're supposed to make a product that people want to buy. Duh, right? You know, it doesn't mean the individual customer. It's like I'm refunding your game because blah, blah, blah. No, that doesn't matter at all, right? That's not always right. That's actually wrong all of the time, right? But yeah, the market, that is what is always right. I keep seeing like people in the industry just be like shocked by things that are so unbelievably evident, and it's like, why are you surprised by this? And it happens even like, I guess, normies too. I've seen like YouTube comments and stuff where people are surprised by just things that are just such common knowledge, right? Things that are just such common sense things. But I guess common sense isn't really common anymore, so that's the shtick. Like, people were, oh, here's a good one. People were surprised that Love in Deep Space was successful. That was not surprising to me. What's surprising to me is that the fucking game doesn't know how to, like, use widescreen, but, you know, that was so unsurprising to me. That was like, I was so like, yeah, I've been saying forever that market was untapped. And I'm like, there's a huge market here for this. Yeah, women like that shit too. They always have. That is like the total facade that women aren't thirsty too. That is like 1000% a facade. And yeah, people were just like so surprised that those games were successful, and I'm like, yeah, that was very unsurprising to me. So if I really pushed, like, I could get this done pretty quick. Like 200K is not that bad. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I mean, I do want the Bond 15 because of the 25% bonus, but I'm so glad Q has this though. It's so sick. Yeah, there's just like a lot of like common sense stuff like that is just like, I don't understand how these like AAA devs don't get it, right? Like, they just don't get it. Like, I think this is a big part. They really thought, some of these people like truly thought, if they made like the not typical like marketing, you know, female look or whatever, that all the women were just gonna flock to him, like, oh, and like, oh, this is so awesome that all the female characters don't look like models. And that is not what, yeah, like Concord. And that's not what happened. Right? Surprise, the women actually, when they have a character creator, they make their character super hot. What a surprise, right? Like, and like, again, anyone with common sense that talks to humans knows this, right? Obviously, right? It's so fucking obvious. It's like, guys, we're not gonna make some ugly bastard, right? We're normally gonna make like some big dude with muscles and, you know, some badass, right? Obviously, we're gonna do that, right? This is not surprising. And I'm always fine with like giving people options, and, you know, if you want your character creator to allow you to make an ugly bastard, by all means, right? If you want to be fat, that's fine, right? You know, options are great. Options are fantastic, right? But no one should be surprised that, like, you know, the cool dude, you know, is like the popular guy amongst the guys, right? And it's just it's so silly. Yeah, that's always the thing. There are two types of people. People make a character that they think is like really cool, right? Or you make a monstrosity. You make an entity, right? You make a being, right? Those are pretty much the two options. You make whatever you think is the coolest, or the hottest, or you know, whatever in that field, or you make it. There really is no in between in my experience. That's pretty much all there is. Actually, a lot of women will complain if they're not. That's something that's been hijinxed by the vocal minority. I know so many ladies that are like, I am so sick of all these fucking ugly ass characters and ugly ass clothes and blah 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 blah. And like, if you look at all the like female designers, right, that like make character designs and stuff that are big, you know, outside of the modern, you know, bullshit that's happening right now. They make stuff that looks good. People like things that look good. And there's a camp for both men and women that don't give a shit, period, right? There are lots of people that are very focused on game mechanics and stuff like that, and I'm generally in that camp. But pretty much everyone still, if they could pick, they're like, yeah, I'd prefer, you know, I like the designs over not liking the designs, right? There's really nobody on earth that's like that. I'm telling you, man, when I was young, I believed some of the nonsense that people seem to believe now to some extent. But as I got more life experience, I'm telling you, dude, the ladies have hoodwinked most of the guys out there, making them think that they don't like sex as much, or they don't care about being pretty as much. No, total bullshit. total fucking bullshit. And I you know, for an individual, you got to get to know the individual. You know, men are not a monolith, women are not a monolith, right? But most of the bullshit that especially in this modern age right now that people are spinning is just 1000% horseshit. You know, you'll have people want the perception of I'm so cool that I don't judge people based on their looks. And I'll be happy to play a video game character, which is it's not a real person. Like in real life, of course you should judge people on on their character, right? Because it's a real fucking person. And in media, it's not real, right? It doesn't mean you're not a white knight because, you know, I play the fat guy, right? Like it's so fucking stupid. And so people will want that perception of I'm the cool person that's okay with, but when they have a character creator, they don't do it, right? Like I played MMOs a lot, and I played with a lot of women in MMOs. I have never met a single woman in an MMO that wanted their character to look ugly. None. I can't even think of one, not one person. Like it's so, I know plenty of people that want their perception that oh yeah, I don't care if my character's pretty or not, and then they're what a surprise though, they don't have an ugly character. Imagine, here's a great example, right? Because like people will do performative shit to like, you know, virtual signal and all that stuff. If you have like the future, right? We're in the future, Chad, 100 years from now, and we somehow haven't blown ourselves up, and we've got like super VR, right? Like super fucking VR, and you have like control of your like virtual avatar and all this nonsense, right? And you can make yourself look like, you know, whatever the fuck. Do you think anybody is gonna make themselves ugly? Right? And like really, right? When you have total control and you don't, it's your avatar, right? So you have no reason to virtual signal this stuff. No one is going to, you know, make their character look, you know, well, you'll still have the entity, all right? To be clear, the entity is not going anywhere, all right? The being, right? The blue menace and all that stuff, you know, you've seen an Elden Ring character, right? That is never going away under any circumstance, right? Under any circumstance. And you'll definitely have the person, this is a lot of people, the default Joe and Jane, right? I literally can't be bothered, whatever the default is, I'm just clicking that one, right? That's always going to exist, you know, be it Elden Ring or VR or whatever. Yeah, I've been guilty of that in several things where I'm just like, you know, I really don't want to deal with the sliders. I want to go kill the dragon, so I'm just gonna do that. And chat, do you ever do this where it's a game that you can recustomize? So you tell yourself, I'm gonna pick default Joe, and I'll change it later. And later never comes. You don't ever change it later. You're you know, way down the line. It's like, oh yeah, I'm still the default guy. Yeah, I've done that quite a few times. It depends on the game, but yeah, that's definitely happened for me. I normally go beard. I like the like an Elden Ring and stuff. I go with like the mercenary beard look. That's normally what I do, which is funny because I don't have a beard in real life, and I don't think I have the face for it at all. So maybe someday. Yeah, I know some people. Nope, I spent my first 10 hours, and yeah, I know some people that did that, and I respect it. You know, I wouldn't do that. You know, I was so excited to go fight bosses and stuff. Dude, Limgrave, Elden Ring's got problems. I can rant till I'm blue in the face about all the things I don't like about Elden Ring, but there's a lot of masterful stuff in it regardless. And the Limgrave experience was chef's kiss, like that. Holy fuck, that was awesome. The frame rate wasn't because they hadn't patched it yet, but I truly loved like the Limgrave and some of the and I like Lindell too. Lindell was a great experience. I mean, overall, I love Elden Ring. I really do. But the areas that it's bad, it is just so fucking obnoxious that it definitely hurts how awesome everything else is. So, but yeah, I remember I think I did do default John in Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure I did. I did eventually get around to customizing it, you know, got a proper beard later. But I'm pretty sure I defaulted that shit. Maybe I customized it slightly, but I think I changed the hair, right? But I didn't do much. I remember when Elden Ring came out, I had this work thing I had to do. I don't even remember where I was. I might have been at the parking garage still. I don't think I was a professional streamer yet. I don't know. Was it? Maybe I was, and it was. There was just something. There was something in real life that I I barely got any sleep, right? And I was up for a really long time, like working or doing something. And then when I got home, right, Elden Ring had been out for a little bit, but you know, I was like, okay, I got home and I needed to sleep, but I was like, fuck, I'm gonna play Elden Ring. For you, anyone here remember this? I streamed Elden Ring for like 30 minutes. And I'm like, I'm way too tired, and I'm like, I gotta go to bed. And I just went to sleep, and I came back later. And then I played it for realsies and had a great time. But yeah, I played it for like 30 minutes, and I was like, I'm delirious. I have to go to bed. But yeah, because I was like up way too long, like working or something. Yeah, I remember I wasn't even home. Like I was like out having to do something. But yeah, then I slept real good because I was so fucking tired, and then got up and then had a good time. Oh, was it Friday? I don't even remember. It's weird how your memory works. Wait, I didn't even look at what cards I've got. Okay, that'll work. I am very sad about Night Rain not having character customization, but they're doing it in the one way that I'm generally okay with, and it's like how Vandictus does it, right? So you've got the games like Elden Ring, you just make whatever you want, right? And then you have games like The Last Berserker or Stellar Blade, right, where it's just you're playing Bob, right, and you or Sekiro, right, and you have no control. And if you happen to like the character well enough, that it's like The Last Berserker, I'll probably like well enough because you get cool armor or something, so it'll probably be fine. But those I don't like as much at all. But then you've got games like Vandictus and things like that where you have a lot of preset characters, right? You don't have like real character customization. You know, Bob is Bob. You know, like in Vandictus is you got Lon is Lon or Karak is Karak. But there's a lot to pick from. So there's probably going to be some that you like, right? So if there's 5 of them you don't like, you're like, fuck them, you don't play them, right? So then you got like, if one of the characters is, you know, Sekiro guy, I don't know his name, I don't even know if he has one, but Sekiro guy, right? You just don't play that one. You play the Knight dude, and you're good to go, right? So that I'm actually fine with. And actually, sometimes I prefer that. It was post-COVID, yes, it might have been that then. But I know I had something else. There was something very abnormal that was going on. I remember it was something like very, very abnormal that was going on for the launch. Anyway, when characters are fully customizable, one thing I don't like about them is the animations have to be very generic, right? I've played a lot of these like third-person action games and stuff, and when you have to fit in, like, they might use an axe, they might use a sword, they might use a spear, they might be male, they might be female, they might be you know, magic, they might be shield, right? The animations have to be incredibly generic, right? They have to be universal. It has to be, if you made a, you know, wacky, you know, crazy hair, skinny fuck, the animations have to work. And if you made the blob, then the animations have to work. If you're a man, they have to work. If you're female, they have to work, right? And so the animations are just, they're not as good. Where if you have, and by the way, this is why the Night Rain has some special animations, because the characters are preset. They can do that. The bird, right, has like a different running animation and stuff because it's only for the bird. And obviously they're not going as ham with that because they're still kind of using the, you know, Elden Ring as a base, so they're not going super ham with that, but they can go a little ham with it, right? So like the character specific animations can be different. And so, yeah, I actually like that because then the animations are more fitting for the character, right? Like if, I've not played Black Desert much, but they've got like a, you know, a berserker dual-wield axe guy, and I've seen his attack animations, and like, they're, you know, they're incredibly tailored to that, like, class fantasy. Where in Elden Ring, if you whip out 2 axes, it's not the same, right? Like, yeah, you can give your character a beard and be a Viking looking guy and have axes and all that, but it's not even close, right, in terms of like the animations matching. So yeah, if anything, Vandictus style, like we have a lot of characters to pick from, that's pretty high on my list. Depends on the game type though. Yeah, I saw that Night Rain has skins. I don't know how that's gonna be. I guess we'll see. When I saw of Night Rain, because I played the network test, you know, it still uses a lot of the generic animations from Elden Ring, but anything character specific was tailored to the character. For like example, Duchess can be all acrobatic, and so her dodge is not the Elden Ring dodge. It's a brand new dodge animation, right? And so it's designed for that character. The Burb, right, not very acrobatic, you know, so and his dodge sucks, and he has a new dodge animation that's just specific for him, right? And they all have a weapon type that's special to them. So like Duchess has daggers, Wilder has great swords, and so on and so forth. And that move set is only for them. So those animations, you know, fit their character, right? I assume Executor will be katanas. There's no, obviously, and that kind of shit. So, so yeah, Elden Ring Night Rain is kind of in a middle ground where it's not like as animation specific as like Vandictus or something, but it's definitely better than the base game of Elden Ring. You know what? I hope Elden Ring, the normal game, gets modded to where you can select the special like animations and stuff. Like if you want to be the bird guy in Elden Ring, I hope they can mod that in, and like have that shit dodge for some reason. Good luck. I mean, that's a challenge because, dude, his dodge sucks. Like that was like the worst dodge I've ever seen in a Souls game. The Executor, oh fuck, man, that, yeah, because I hate the weeb stuff, but I love me some perfect guards. So yeah, I've been dying to play Elden Ring where you just can perfect guard for the entire game from start to finish. I've been really wanting to do that. You could do New Game Plus and have the flask, but then it's only when the flask is up, and then now you're New Game Plus, which is kind of weird. So yeah, it's just not it. I bet you it'll get modded in though. Oh, Metal Wolf Chaos. Melania is finally going to be fun with parry. Probably. I know people. I saw someone use the YouTube video where you use the flask to get the perfect block, and you can perfect block all of Waterfowl. And look, it's hard, but like that's good. That's good difficulty, because if you're trying to figure out how to time perfect block against Melania's Waterfowl, it's logical, right? Like the progression of trying to figure out how to do it makes logical sense. Where the way you dodge it is mushrooms. It means it's totally arbitrary and obtuse, right? There's no logical pathway to understanding how to dodge Waterfowl, right? The game doesn't teach you anything. Where perfect block, it teaches you everything, right? That's way better. Last time I did Melania, which was quite a while ago, I had heard that you could just use a shield and just block Waterfowl, and it really wasn't that bad. And they're correct. And what was crazy to me is how lame Melania is when you do that. I was actually kind of shocked, because some of her normal attacks are kind of fun, but they're not that crazy. And so like if you've got like a really good ass shield that you can just block Waterfowl and not give a fuck, she's pretty boring. So yeah, not a well-designed boss in my opinion. Now, if you parry that shit though, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, what I've seen, to be fair, I only played the network test, right? And that was Duchess, Wilder, Recluse, and Bird. And that's official name, by the way. If you put all of those into regular Elden Ring, I think Duchess would do the best. I think because she's kind of just better than an Elden Ring character because her dodge is just better. And Bird would probably do the worst. That'll be hard. I mean, you can just go with the hard on the shield though, and I think Elden Ring is very beatable with just I don't know, the DLC with just the shield sounds pretty horrific. Like Radon with it. Well, no, you could probably do it. You might not be able to do it at low level, because that's the thing. If you tried to play Elden Ring with Duchess at level 1, you can absolutely do it. If you tried to do Elden Ring at level 1 with Bird, ooh, that's pretty rough. That might be impossible. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. People get pretty creative in these games. I know like Radon you can beat with just like fucking up his tracking, right? You like stand behind him like all the time, like super Radon, right? Like a consort Radon, you can like really fuck up his tracking. So is Maya Kumo, is that the on rail shooter one? That is such a like unique game. It's great. FromSoft is wild, man. Yeah, the Pursuit one, yeah. I'm so excited for FromSoft's future because Armored Core kind of showed they are willing And actually, they're being so experimental right now. I'm kind of pissed that the player base is freaking out. Everyone's getting mad that they're being experimental with like Night Rain and all that. I think it's awesome because it's not a. If people have this perception that it's like going to affect Elden Ring 2 or the whatever the equivalent of that is, but I don't think it is. They have like they have other teams working on that. So I love it. I'm so hoping that they bring back like games like that and Lost Kingdoms. Bring back Lost Kingdoms. That'd be awesome. I don't know. I don't want to buy a Switch just for Dustblood. I tell you what, though. If Dustblood comes out, I'll watch, like, Ouroboros play it. And if it's just PvP bliss, then I might have to. But I'll be mad the entire... I'll be grumbling all the way, home. But, we'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that it is not Switch exclusive forever. It'll have to be really good for me to buy a Switch for it. Like, it'll have to be something real special. I feel like when we're just chatting like this, I should play, like, Elden Ring or something. That is a good game for when we're just chilling like this. Maybe next time. But, we got a decent amount of bond done here. I have been enjoying dipping into FGO again, though, every once in a while. Playing it more casually has definitely improved the experience. Because there's just nothing to do. Like, there's just nothing to do otherwise. Like, because when the grand system hit, that was fun. I had a great time, right? It was fun using everyone's sabers and seeing who picked what, and then doing the boss fight at the end with all the health bars. That was great. I had a great time. Seeing Musashi's animations and the new music and all that, that's great. But then, once this event's done, I don't want to go farm Bond, right? Like, fuck that. The price of a Switch game is terrible. I know, it's fucked. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know how to feel about Dustbloods. Because it sounds fun, because it's not like super, like full on, like fighting game PvP, right? It's more loose. And like, it sounds like you basically pick a covenant at the start and you're going to go into this map with other players. And there's a lot of PvE, right? And then you pick your covenant decides your objective, right? So like your covenant could be kill players. Your covenant could be protect other players. Your covenant can be kill this boss and leave. Those are the examples they gave, right? That's what they said. And that's really cool. Obviously, I'm picking kill players. But I actually think they might be able to create that hunter-prey protector dynamic with that. So a set of people just go into a map. They each picked, whatever their objective is going to be. Your objective can be pure PvE. It can be, pure counter PvE. It can be protecting. So I think one of them was even co-op. One of them was like someone is like designated for you to like co-op with, right? And that's like your objective. I don't know exactly how that works, but probably the protect one. But that sounds cool. I wish it was more medieval though. I really want a Souls-style game that does have a nice real focus on multiplayer, because that's my favorite part. I love the multiplayer. And I want it to be very medieval with just a little fantasy. Just a little fantasy. I want lots of like real medieval armor, lots of it. I would really like that. I'm not as into like when they do steampunk and all this stuff, it's just not my cup of tea as much, but yeah, give me mechs and give me medieval. That's what I want. That seems fun. It does. When I read all that, I was like, okay, this actually sounds really awesome. The marketing is kind of bad though. They need to get that information out immediately, because everyone is seeing it and like, oh, it's pure PvP. I don't want to play it. And that's not what the game is. It's not. They really need to get that message out there, because a lot of the normies that like Souls games are just gonna like write it off and they're not gonna pay attention to it. They should have opened with that information, honestly. I think that would have been much better. If they opened with, hey, it's a PvP game, like that's not gonna work. Nintendo has become too corporate. Here's the thing, they always were. Truly. That company has always been corporate as fuck. I mean, look at Virtual Boy and how they handled that. And they have always been evil. They've always sued everyone. They've always been like manipulative, and they're shit. I've never liked Nintendo. I like some of their creatives, right? Like the guy that makes Smash Brothers and Kirby Air Ride and stuff. There's people that work for them that I like, but them as a monolith sucks. They blow. They always have. Never liked them. Probably never will. Big companies normally are ass. Yeah, dude, all this, they just do so much shit. All right, chat. I think that's it for today. I honestly wouldn't mind just going and go play some Elden Ring, but it is kind of late, so and I need to eat. I'm starving to death. I talked about Elden Ring and Souls so much, I'm kind of in the mood now. Maybe I should wait, though, because Night Rain's coming out in a couple days. We can play Dark Souls 3. What do you think, chat? It's kind of, I don't know, Dark Souls 3 is kind of boring to watch now, though. There's not much PvP going on. We'll see. I mean, I know you're going to say Love and Deep Space, but I don't even know why I haven't tried that as a one-off. I think it's mainly because I'm just so exhausted by the time I get home that that's just not what I want. I don't want to play that like a new game, and I'm gonna hate it, by the way. Like, I'm gonna hate it, and it's gonna be exhausting, but it'll probably be great content. I don't know chat, what do we do if the gameplay's amazing? Chat, what I doubt it's probably fine, but I doubt it's amazing. I feel like that would have gotten out. Like, if it just had god tier gameplay, I feel like the word would have gotten out. Because it's pretty mainstream, right? It's not like a hidden gem, right? I always hear good things about the Chrono Trigger, yeah. Dark Souls 2. Oh god. Did they like change everything about the game? Because otherwise, I don't think a randomizer would help. Right, like randomizers can absolutely be fun. They can be very fun. By the way, Lords of the Fallen has a built-in randomizer, which I think is incredible. Why does FromSoft not do this? Lords of the Fallen is not perfect, but they have some great ideas. I mean, fucking amazing ideas that FromSoft needs to copy immediately. Like a built-in randomizer. Like, holy shit. And you can make it where you have to beat the game once, normally, obviously, but Dark Souls 2 is just full of so much just the, like, dumb hitboxes and just the... I do need to play Bleak Faith again. I'm so curious. I've heard they updated the hell out of that game, so I'm curious if they got it on track. That is probably the weirdest game experience of my life. Because normally it's pretty easy for me to say if I like a game or don't like a game. That game was so strange. There was so much about it that I'm like, this is unprofessional garbage. And then it's like, holy fuck, this is amazing. Like, so weird. I would say overall, it was pretty bad. I think that's fair to say that overall the game was bad, but it was so intriguing. And part of the jank made it intriguing. You just had no idea what you were gonna run into. There was that fucking underwater mechanic and everything. It's like, that game was insane. Those devs had no fear. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna do this crazy ass shit that we have no business doing. And the aesthetic was just so wild. What a crazy game. Yeah, we really do need to check in on that. Thankfully it's been so long, I don't remember any of the level layouts at all, not a bit, right? I don't remember to go left or right or any of that kind of stuff. And we never finished it, so I don't really want to finish it though, because I don't know if I could play that game for that long. I think it would just become too much. I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, chat, I'm out of here now. I'm gonna go get dinner. And, yeah, I think Night Rain's in a few days, so we'll definitely stream that, and I'll try to play with chat. Apparently there's a full-on solo mode, though, so we'll probably play that as well. You played it for like 6 hours the first time? I mean, yeah, I couldn't put it down because it was just so, intriguing. I think that's one of the most intriguing games I've ever played. I wouldn't say one of the best games I've ever played. I think I'm rating the wrong Cairo. 1 minute. Because his icon's not popping up. And I know there's another guy. Yeah, I was rating the wrong Cairo. What did I spell? Did I spell Cairo shot? What happened? Somehow we were rating the wrong one. If the raid got canceled, yeah, it's because it was the wrong Cairo. Yeah, shot. Okay, well, we shot Cairo. Oh well. Oh shit. All right, Vito, why you got to do that? All right, I see you guys probably tomorrow. I could probably make that work. We'll see. But take care, everybody.